All right. Alrighty. Dude, I need a new playlist. I need a new playlist. Bing bong, bing bong. Hopefully the internet's okay today. Synthwave, synthwave. There was one I used to always listen to. Where is it? All these thumbnails are just like gooner bait. This one I listen to. There's another one though. Yo, what's up, Howie? How's it going, dude? How's it going? Early, more like I'm early. More like I'm early, you know? Yeah. I had no internet yesterday. My internet was totally fucked. Huge outage. I didn't even have like cell service. I was just like totally in the dark. So, no stream yesterday, but we're back today. This is a good playlist, right? What's up, Smelly? Wait, doesn't want to show your comments? I don't know what's going on with YouTube, man. Yeah, I think it's weather related, but it seems like it's all sorted out now. I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but there's just been like issues with their algo. Like here, I actually just watched a video on this today. I think we'll react to the Crowder thing today. Here.
Yeah, I think the fucking algorithm is completely bullshit. Here I am cursing in the first couple of seconds.
So essentially, like, this guy, as an experiment, started a brand new YouTube channel. It's called Fart Sniffer. He has his own channel. He has 2,000 subs. He has like he's posted 1,000 videos. He's been doing it for years, trying to grow the channel, doing the thumbnails, the whole shebang. And here he is. He gets this video blows the fuck up on a brand new account. No tags, no description, no thumbnail, right? No nothing. And this video blows up. And so whatever YouTube is doing with the algorithm, whatever the YouTube is doing with the filtering of comments, however they're moderating content, it's like something's getting throttled.
Video, it's probably gonna nuke the fucking
I said, look whose Wi-Fi starts finally working. Yeah, I got recommended. You got the algorithm is buns. So it's not just cope. It's not just cope when I wonder why, like, you know, my channel's not really growing. It's not just cope. I feel like I put on a pretty decent stream. You wonder. I don't know. Like, I don't know what this. One of the things I wanted to talk about today is like I genuinely don't know what is the strat here. Like, what is this strat? You know, growing a YouTube channel in the Big 25. What's the strategy? Because it seems like I don't really understand. Like, some videos do well, some don't. You know, videos that I put more effort in versus less. Is it shorts? Is it long form content, short form content? How much effort should I be putting into the videos versus, you know, how often should I be uploading? You know, the quality versus quantity thing versus how much should I be streaming? Because if I'm streaming, I'm not making videos, right? If I'm making videos, I'm not streaming. I don't even fucking know anymore. Like, how important are tags? How important is the description? How important is the thumbnail? I couldn't fucking tell you. So I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know. Like, in the Big 25, what's the best play?
recommendation system, but I don't give a fuck. Here I am. I just wanted to post this video and just talk about.
So, like, that's like here he's like cursing in like the first 20 seconds, which, you know, most YouTubers, they think you can't curse. You gotta bleep them out. Definitely not within like the first minute. There's all these like rules for like YouTube, or at least there were rules that people were abiding by. You know, you don't want to get your AdSense destroyed by swearing in the first 10 seconds. You have to hit like a minimum like video length or something. You don't want it to be too long. I don't know. I don't know what the formula is.
How shitty the recommendation system is, and how YouTube is basically trying to make it seem like, oh, we're recommending videos of smaller creators, but you go on the fucking homepage and it's just tons of shit that you don't even fucking care about anymore. I'm not really sure what the fuck is going on at the YouTube HQ. I don't know who's
like, that's another dude. My recommendeds have been pretty buns. Like, I don't, some of the stuff that YouTube is recommending me, I'm like, I would never in a million fucking years click on this shit. Like, some of it I'd probably click on. I don't even know what this shit is. Okay, HH is pretty, that's based. That's a good recommended. I mean, some of these recommendeds are actually decent. I've had this recommended to me for fucking years now. Dracula Flow 5. I'm never clicking on this fucking video. I don't care. I've had this recommended to me for literally years now. Or maybe not year, but like, this is number 5 out of, I've definitely seen this so many times. But whatever. Anyway.
sucking their dicks over there, but the recommendations are goddamn awful. And it's not just me. I've seen this on a couple of other people's videos. I've seen this on friends and you know, other people's accounts and stuff. The fucking recommendation system is an absolute abomination, and I think YouTube is just going down the complete worst path possible. And I just want to say I'm grateful for all the people that have been watching my other videos, but I'm just not sure what the fuck the future of this platform is. You know, I started this channel not even maybe like a week ago, and as you could see, I literally put no tags, no nothing, no.
You know what's crazy? Dracula Flow was cool a few years ago. I don't know. I refuse to click on that just out of spite. Just out of spite at this point. Dude, it's like, I don't even know. Like, you hear about like established YouTube channels with like, that just like overnight their viewership just like evaporates. You hear about like recommendeds, you know, or like, you know, notifications not popping off, right? When you have them enabled, stuff like that. I don't, like, why is it so fickle? Why is it like this? Can we get some explanations? How is the platform regressing? What's going on over there at YouTube HQ? Do they have too many H1Bs? What's going on? What's going on over there? Is there a competency crisis? I feel like this shouldn't be a big fucking mystery. You know, I feel like you shouldn't have to experiment with a bunch of stuff. I don't know, man.
The fucking thumbnail is just a screenshot from the game that I'm playing and the most vague title possible, and somehow I get more views on this channel than my main channel that has, you know, about 2,000 fucking subscribers, and I posted
crazy.
Almost like probably 1,000 videos on that channel, and that channel is just dead in the water. And meanwhile, this brand new channel is somehow pulling in recommendations. I don't understand it, but hey, I'm grateful it's kind of working, I guess. But yeah, that's just kind of what I wanted to talk about today, because like, how many great, awesome creators do you watch on this platform and you just don't get recommended their videos? And like, you do watch their videos, but it just doesn't recommend it to you. And sorry, I'm just getting a little frustrated talking about it, so excuse me. But yeah,
like, am I just cooked? Am I just cooked on this platform? Is it over for me, boys?
It's just fucking crazy. Like, it's complete bullshit.
Have I reached the peak already? Have I reached the peak?
I'm even
It's
gonna
rough.
put, if you're watching this video, I'm gonna put like a curse word in the fucking title,
know.
just so like, just to see what the fuck happens, because I'm literally gonna just title this video the
Is that cope? Is that cope or
something
there more
along
to
those
it?
lines?
I don't even
because
know.
it just doesn't make any fucking sense. And I guess
If somebody, and I don't know how like the rest of this guy's content is like, I think it's fair to say if you put out dog shit content, doesn't matter how much you, I don't know. I'm sort of two minds, because on the one hand you see like some YouTubers that put out dog shit content and they have big channels. I don't know, but I do feel like if you put out bad content, no one's gonna watch. Then again, I don't know, but then it's a matter of like finding the niche, you know. People do watch dog shit. I couldn't tell you. What's up, Mike? How's it going? Yeah, rip punk. Yeah, it's over for me, dude. Capped at 400 subs. It's over for me, boys. I'm done. It's over. It's over.
So I'm trying to say is, yeah, if there's like a small channel or like, you know, a smaller
And look, I'm sure it doesn't help that I talk about controversial stuff. You know, on the flip side of things, like I was also watching this interview with, I don't know if you guys know who this is. I've talked about him on the channel before, but this podcast with the Burnt Peanut.
It's weird that they can get in my lobbies, that there's so many people playing the game.
This is what the Burnt Peanut is like. You're good. It ain't over. I hope so. I hope so. What's up, Parker? How's it going, dog? Meanwhile, Mela has 43 million subs in 2 months. Who? What? Mela? You fucking with me? Who is that? Kiss the wall, maybe he can move up in the algorithm. Maybe if I say nice things about India. No, actually, I think India's a great country. Actually, India produces some of the best and brightest minds in the world, and they're totally hygienic. It is, dude. Okay, on a real note, I don't know. I wonder, like, you look at some of the biggest streamers, you know, barring the outliers like Nick, of course, but you look at some of the biggest streamers and they're all like self-censor. They all filter. And look, I filter to some degree. You got to play the game to some level. I'm on YouTube. Can't be dropping N-bombs and shit. Can't be dropping the other F-bomb. You know, I get it. Okay, fine, fair. And I think that's just because like you'll get auto flagged if you're dropping shit like that. You know, like whoever's like behind their censorship, I feel like they don't even need context if you're dropping like an N-bomb or whatever. They'll see the 5-second clip. Oh, he's, you know, skin tone check. Yeah, he's not black. Can't ban. You know, versus like if I'm going off on like, you know, like Jewish bankers or something, it's like there's a little bit more like now they have to sit through like a longer clip, it seems, to see if I'm like saying something like truly bigoted. Who knows? Maybe maybe you end up red pilling the YouTube intern that has to review some of these clips. And I feel like it's harder for the algorithm to pick up, like the AI censorship algorithm to pick up on stuff like that. It's sort of counterintuitively, but my point is, it's like you see like these big streamers and it's like on the one hand, it's like, do you sell out? Do you like not talk about controversial stuff so you can get the sponsorships, get the bag? But then it's like, then you're not being real. Then it's like, you're not a WANGHAF or whatever, you know, a WANGHAF, right? I'm glad I'm not the only one that thought of that too. That's like when that dropped, like when WANGHAF dropped, like what must have been like 2 years ago at this point. I'm like, well, what if you're black though? WANGHAF? No, WANGHAF. It's just too perfect. But anyway, I saw that Nick tweet and felt vindicated. But that's like the obvious modification, right? But whatever. It's like, do you like sell out, get the bag, but then like you can't, like you just feel like a cuck, you know? You just don't you just feel like a cuck? And don't get me wrong, I feel like for some people, some of these big streamers, it's like they don't really have anything controversial to say. But I just like, I don't want to have to walk on eggshells, man. I don't know. So on the one hand, it's like somebody like Nick is like totally free and he's beaten the game. He's beaten the censorship. He built his own niche, his own platform even. And he has a following that would follow him to the ends of the earth. But, you know, obviously most people can't really fill that category. So, you know, you just reflect on these things. It's like, if my channel were to grow, like, yeah, I'd probably never be able to collab with, like, the Burnt Peanut or, like, Shroud or, you know, most of these other streamers just due to the nature of my content. But on the other hand, it's like, look, I'm gonna say what I want to fucking say. So you can't really put a price tag on that. I say that, but then, like, you know, maybe someday, like, Logitech will be like, hey, you know, we want to sponsor your stream, you just can't say that. And then, I don't know, maybe things will be different when there's a bag in front of me. Or I'm actually, you know what, you know, hey guys, racism is bad, okay? Hey guys, you know, I don't know. Do you have to fully support the Brazilians? Unless you're like on this like new niche that doesn't, like a lot of these kick streamers, like Clav. But I think Clav is flying too close to the sun, man. I don't know, I'm seeing some of the clips coming out, and maybe I'm getting rage baited or whatever, or engagement farmed. But it's like some of it, I'm like, dude, you might catch a case if that's real. The stuff he's doing in these clips, it's like you might catch a case, man. If you were a woman, you'd have 40. Oh yeah, I see what you, okay. Yeah, I'll just put, you know, wear a low-cut shirt, you know. Talk like a fucking chat. What game are we playing today? Chat, like, dude, just kill me. Instead of America first in the title, you put India first, El Pakistan. Yeah, imagine. Yeah, but then imagine how AIDS the chat would be. Indian flag emoji, Indian flag emoji, Indian flag emoji, thumbs up, bicep emoji, 100 emoji. That would just be my chat. I couldn't even pretend. I literally could not even pretend. You would just see like the disgust. I could not even pretend, dude. What's up, SSB? How's it going, dog? Go down the peanut route. I don't know. I don't know if I could do a shtick like that, you know? Look, one of the things I like about Peanut, there is such a commitment to the bit. It's like, for somebody like me, I feel like the novelty of doing that day in, day out would just get old, you know? Some people can do that, because you study Peanut, and it's like one of the ways he's been able to like build his brand is he is a brand. It's like he's a caricature. I mean, he's literally a peanut. He has his catchphrases every time he starts to let's ride. You know, you watch his stream for 5 minutes and you hear all of these like repeating catchphrases, you know? Another great raid. Stuff like that, you know? And it's like, and he's not the first one to do it. Like I think like the first big streamer to do that was probably Dr. Disrespect. You know, violence, speed, momentum. And like that's like good content. But you know, like could I keep that bit up forever? You know, I kind of want to just be me. I don't want to be a character. You know, it'd be fun for like a stream or two here and there, whatever, as like a bit, I guess. But you know, it's like what a like a weird stream it would be. Imagine if I were a peanut and on one hand I'm going like you know, give me the goop, and I'm like, you know, I got candy fucking blown out of my asshole and shit, and I'm just bouncing off the wall. I got all this energy and shit. And then on the other hand, and then I switch into like, let's talk about the banking system for a second. Let's talk about the American hegemon for one quick moment. Let me educate you guys on something real quick. How would you take that seriously? How would you take that seriously? I don't know. I'm just whatever. No filter, I guess. Go hard on the Austrian painter content. I don't look. Is that not passe though now? I feel like it's passe. Everybody's red pilled in the big 25. You know? Everybody's red pilled in the big 25. I don't know. You know, it's like you tune into some of these like normie kick streamers that are just now learning about like learning about racism and shit, and like, you know, anti-Semitism, whatever. And it feels like a little too try-hardy. Like, I don't know. It's no longer really transgressive, I feel. I just want to be me. I just want to be me, you know? Well, Nick has been stepping back. What, on being like edgy? No, power level. Power level on what, MGoat? Sorry, I missed the context on that. I mean, he's been stepping back on like the edge content, but like everyone's edgy nowadays, you know? And look, it doesn't matter if you're talking about like a normie joke or you're talking about anything. If you say the same joke a million times, it stops being funny, you know? Yeah, I feel like it's kind of the same thing. You know, it's like, okay, now everybody's saying the same joke. Everybody's, yeah, yes, Austrian painter, yes, yeah, 6 Gorillion, okay, whatever. And it's just like, I don't know. And it's not me like taking my ball and going home. It's like, I don't know, it's, you know, it's, you gotta keep evolving, gotta keep, you know what? We all. I hope you know, guys, when I'm talking. If you try too hard to like shoehorn in something, just keep beating the dead fucking horse, it stops being funny. And that's not to say like we should like not talk about stuff that matters or whatever, but you know, I don't know. But then you like talk to normies, and you realize that they laugh at the same fucking jokes forever. Like, I had coworkers, and, you know, the millennial types, you know, always with like the gay jokes and stuff, like, just let me touch your dick, bro, it's not gay, come on. Like, how many times have you heard like some like variant of that joke? Come on, just squeeze my ass, bro, it's not gay, it's camaraderie. And like, look, delivery is everything, but you know, he would like say the same joke over and over and over and over and over and over and over, and it's like, okay, dude. You know, all right, okay, I get it, all right, yeah, okay. And that's just, I feel like that's just true for anything. He's not going hard as fuck. Currently he's going mainstream a little too to spread his message. I think, well, look, it's not like he's changing his message, it's just, you know, I don't know. It's like, he's in a different position, I think, than most people, obviously. You know, he now has the ear of, like, serious people. Like, influential and serious people. He's mainstream. And he's on a mission. You know, his goal is not to entertain, ultimately. His goal is to change the country politically. You know, he's the tip of the spear, so to speak. And so, like, and that kind of comes, like, whenever you sort of build your channel or build your following, build your presence, like, yeah, you're going to reach a broader audience, and you have to sort of prioritize. He's got a lot of normies listening now that don't get the humor, that don't get the, like, edgelord stuff. But like I said, I also think the edgelord stuff has become mainstream, and it's not as funny anymore. You know, I can't help, and I feel like a lot of people feel this way. Like, at a certain point, you kind of roll your eyes when you hear the same joke. And again, it's not because it's edgelord stuff per se. It's because it's the same joke. It's, you know, there's a reason why memes fall in and out. Like, there's a reason why we don't use like the rage face memes from like 15 years ago. You know, I don't know. Scrub your past videos. Just scrub them, you think? Wait, I've totally missed all the context now. I'm good. I don't know what you mean. Should I just go full normie mode, go full peanut route? Hey guys, today we're gonna play some Ark Raiders. Oh boy, what a sweet treat! What a sweet delight! Bro, he started saying it's not all this, it's not all that, when he never specified before. We all knew it, but it's him trying to make himself more acceptable. It's true, and look, I know it's tiresome, and I feel compelled to do the same thing whenever I talk about groups of people or generalities, because trust me, people struggle with the exception versus the norm. You have to, and it sucks that this is the case, but you have to kind of keep qualifying. Obviously, it's not all of them. And it's true, it's not all of them. And it's annoying that you have to like bog down your own speech by constantly tripping over yourself to qualify your statements. But that is like the knee-jerk reaction when somebody hears some of this stuff for the first time. You know, they think of the outlier. They think of the exception. And it is like a touchy subject, and so you kind of have to massage it. There's definitely a tactic to it. And so if the end goal is to like change people's minds, like that's what matters. And people might not like that it's softer. People like the blunt approach, but I think that, you know, what really matters. If you're red pilled, you're red pilled. It's like it doesn't matter to you. You're not, you know, you already get it. It's kind of about convincing that middle 20% or so. And you do have to have a bit of a softer approach at times. It'd be a little more dynamic. Read the room, because, you know, Nick is in a different room, so to speak, than a lot of people in like these right wing or based echo chambers or whatever. It is what it is. So, look, you know, we should all look at the efficacy of the strategy. Yeah, okay, yeah, India number, yeah. Pakistan, we're like, shit, you stand, am I right? Right, the racism needs to be genuine. Am I right, Village? I disagree, it's always funny. Yeah, I don't know, like, I just get, I look. You watch one Paul Miller clip, you've seen them all. Yeah, I agree, it's just like, I don't know, man, like, I just get bored of it. Nothing else. It's not dynamic. Not, you know, I think one of like you want to dip out before the bit gets old. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to overstay your welcome. You want to leave your audience wanting more. I think that's just, rather than being sufficiently satiated. You know what I mean? You don't want to overstay your welcome. Everything gets old after a while. Never met any dudes that act like that. Might be a Chicago thing. I've met plenty of guys like that. It's a California thing too. I want you to succeed at everything, but I'm enjoying the small community following you have now. Yeah, yeah. Look, I understand. Like, if I were to like blow up or whatever, a lot of that would be lost. That's true. But then you would get more content out of me, quite frankly. If I were to blow up, yeah, I would do, like, obviously. But I'll always remember the day ones, you know? Chalo means let's go, and that's crazy. I disagree. Mine is racist all the time, and it's funny. Well, look, I guess different audience, I suppose. Leave your audience wanting more equals 8 hours. Okay. Yeah. No, what I'm specifically talking about here is like jokes, you know? You have to constantly be like evolving and coming up with new ideas, new jokes. You don't want the creativity to stagnate, because then then you kind of become like a caricature, you know, kind of like, hey, say the line, say the catchphrase, and I don't know. I feel like that eventually the creativity kind of dies. Byron sounds like he's smoking a pack of cigarettes a day lately. Dude, speaking of Byron, what the fuck was up with him platforming Milo? Mello is Joe Rogan dying? I don't know. Rip Joe Rogan. Dude, he's been dead for like 8 years, right? Like, has his influence decreased? Dude, okay, I see what you're saying. Definitely, I think 100%. He's not really, people don't really talk about him anymore. I don't know what kind of views he gets, but I feel like he's not as, I think tastes have evolved. I think he has a big platform, don't get me wrong. I still think he has the biggest podcast in the world, if I'm not mistaken. But I feel like one of the things people liked about Joe is that I do feel like he's a pretty good interviewer. I think he allows his guests to speak, but people thought they were tapping into like maybe something more honest or truthful, you know? Stuff that you weren't maybe like a more candid discussion about things rather than like the more carefully curated discussions you'd have on more mainstream platforms. And that got him in a little bit of trouble. But I think in the Big 25, it's like people have sort of evolved, I guess. Tastes have evolved and they want something more meaty, you know? Joe Rogan doesn't go all the way there. Somebody like Nick does. You know what I mean? There's a higher level of analysis, and it's almost like a lot of the shtick has been like kind of, I don't know, gotten old, I guess. You know, he should have had Nick on years ago. But like, you know, he had like a tweet the other day where he was like comparing the virgin birth of Jesus to AI. That sounds a lot like AI. AI doesn't need you create without birth. I think in the future the second coming of Jesus could be AI, and it's like, whoa, brain blast. Whoa, I never thought of that. What if humans came from apes? What? Whoa, dude, that's crazy. That might be true. What if like an ape ate a mushroom, went on a trip, and that altered their brain chemistry forever, and that's where humans came from? What? No way. Yeah, that's totally plausible. Like, yeah, okay, and maybe we came from like a giant pig's asshole. Maybe a pig just shit a bunch of particles out 1 billion years ago. And that fecal matter eventually evolved into fish life. Whatever. What if we just came from like, I don't know, trees? What if like we were trees one day and trees just grew legs? Human beings are trees, and skin is kind of like bark, don't you think? It protects us from the environment. We're just throwing anything out there right now, right? Anything is possible if you think about it. And I think that's kind of like midwit shit, you know? It's like, do people find that compelling? Some people do. So like, people, I think, confuse novelty for like insight or intellect. People like, they see a novel thought. Like, what if like in the future, like we all, instead of like flying on planes, we just launch these frisbees at Mach 7 speeds, and we all just glide on the frisbee like a fucking Fortnite glider. Think of the reduced impact on the environment if we travel around on Fortnite gliders instead of airplanes. And people confuse that for like some kind of like intellect, or like, what is the likelihood that, okay, you know, it's the same thing with like the whole like AI theory, or like, you know, simulation theory. It's like, so you're telling me like we live in a simulation, in other words, like a created universe by a creator. Wow, what a novel thought. What a way to describe, essentially, in different words, with different context, how people have been pontificating about our existence, pondering for literally millennia. Almost like our world was created, huh? You know, people like think like that's such like a groundbreaking thought. We live in a simulation. Oh, maybe there's a God. Maybe there's a God that created our universe with like a code, a set of rules, physics, math, intention. There's a logic behind it. Like, what the fuck are you Dude, think about that for 2 seconds and you'll realize it's not actually a profound thought. Anyway. So, I think people have kind of like realized, and I don't want to shit all over Joe Rogan, but it's like, you know, maybe he's just not a very smart guy. I think he's a good interviewer, but... And that's where you realize a lot of these shows, a lot of these podcasts and shit, it's not about like, and I know this is trite, but like it's not about like intellect or insight. It's kind of about entertainment, actually. That's why Candace has one of the biggest shows on YouTube, just one of the biggest streamers ever. And her content is like retarded. Like she's just like such like a stuck-up bitch, but people love the like the novelty of these theories. And it's like, you know, sometimes life, the real world is not that interesting. Sometimes like, you know, how does the saying go? I don't know. Sometimes like a tree is just a tree and there's no conspiracy behind the tree, you know? Sometimes things just are. Not everything is a conspiracy theory. Not everything is interconnected in the way that these like nut jobs think it is. And you know they're full of shit because they're never wrong in their minds. If they get proven wrong, well, somehow, you know, with their convoluted thought process, they're still actually right. It just proves that the psyop is real and they're trying to trick people. I'm still right, though. Okay. Anyway. But, yeah, what the fuck was up with Myra and platforming Milo? That's some bullshit, man. That is some bullshit. That's really sus. I'm not gonna lie. That is sus. And, of course, Tucker's also platforming Milo. Candace also platformed Milo. The dude's literally doxing people. The dude was literally paying people to harass Kuipers and Nick. He was literally doxing Nick's address. He should be in fucking jail. And he's a fed. And he's a pedophile. So it's like, dude, what the fuck is up with that, man? I don't like that. Myron platforms Destiny 2, nothing wrong, pedo Milo. Dude, say what you will about Destiny, he's a degenerate. And I don't, like, also the context matters. I don't think he platformed Destiny in a while. You know, I don't think he's platformed him since, like, the Nick debate. But, like, Milo's on another level, man. Like, he's actually, like, a criminal. Destiny's, like, some kind, like, what's the worst thing he's done is what, like, revenge porn or something? And I don't like Destiny, but Milo's literally doxing people, and he's a fed, so kind of different. Crazy, multiple people are platforming that gay. He should be shunned. Yeah, like it's crazy when being gay is like the least, like the least egregious thing. You know, the fact that he's trying to get people fucking killed and doxing people, and he's a fed, and he's a pedophile, and he makes excuses for pedophilia. That's, I think, kind of the worst part about him. Too many guys are still trying to use the early 2020s manosphere type model to blow up like Andrew Tate archetype. That is washed. Dude, and there were so many Andrew Tate clones. And I don't know, man. It's gotta be authentic. It's kind of funny. It's like, look, and you know, they say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And don't get me wrong, I think everybody steals. And when I mean steal, I mean like they take ideas. And some of it's conscious, some of it's subconscious. Like if you watch any streamer for a period of time, you're probably gonna pick up on on some of their mannerisms. It's inevitable. Because it's just what you're consuming. Like if you go to the UK for a while, your speech will change over time. You will sort of develop more of an accent. You know, I don't think you'll ever develop like a full British accent, but you know, the way you speak and your mannerisms are in many ways a reflection of what you consume, what you're around. So, but I digress. A lot of that was just a grift, and you know, the manosphere stuff I think is just gay anyway. You know, I'm just kind of tired of that shit. If I hear sexual market value one more time, bro, like you guys are trying way too fucking hard. Like, all these strivers. But can you imagine, like, can you imagine converting to Islam because you looked up to Andrew Tate? Like, bruh. That's another thing, man. Like, at some point in time, like, the spiritual revitalization became a thing. And you had a lot of people, like, wearing religion like some kind of adornment, like some kind of accessory. And I think Andrew Tate totally did that. He was drawn to Islam because it was anti-feminist. And that's, like, no joke, one of the dumbest reasons to ever convert to anything. Because it's topical, because it's, like, socially expedient. You're gonna become a Muslim because, like, you think they're based. It's like, what about what's true? You know what I'm saying? What about, like, the case to be made that the religion is true, not because you think, like, it'll help you on social media or give you, like, certain attache or, like, a certain shield. Like, I'm a God-fearing man. God allows me to fuck a bunch of hoes, actually. You can't criticize me. You know? To, like, be, like it's like the new trendy thing. And it's just another grift. And a lot of people are grifting off of religion, too. I hate this, you know, Christianity as well. Certainly. We all know Catholic Inc. We all... The fake piety is nauseating, man. But I digress. So, like, yeah, surprise, surprise, like, people get into this stuff for the wrong reasons, and it just, look, everything gets old after a while. The novelty wears off for anything. Peter Thiel probably texted him this. Elon's getting community noted again. What did he get community noted on again today? How was he a good interviewer? What groundbreaking interview did he do? I just think, you know, as far as conversation goes, he allows his guests to talk. Look, I'm trying to be nice here. You know, he allows his interviewee to talk. He doesn't talk over them for the most part. I think he asks better questions than most hosts. Yeah, he's had some interesting shows. So I'm not like a D1 Rogan hater. I don't watch his show, but yeah. You know, we don't have to say he's dog shit. You know, like, you don't have to go all in on that. You can have a nuanced take. But I do think that there's better stuff out there, or at least stuff that I enjoy more. People love seeing how low IQ people try not to act low IQ. Myron may not be familiar with Milo's beef. He should be. It's not his job to know who he's platforming. I think, like, dude, if you're in the space for long enough, you should just know Milo's bad news. Your patterns change. Yeah. Oh, the peak white tweet. Did he get noted on that? He just got ratioed. Look, I talked about this last time. It's like, bro, how many times can you get ratioed before it's like, are you either stupid or are you just not being honest? I don't think he's stupid, so I just don't think he's being honest. Maybe it's his ideology if I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. But it's like, dude, literally both Jews and Gentiles alike are disagreeing with you. I don't know. Like, are you a libtard? The answer is yes, but it's like, bro, like, you're just categorically false. You're an engineer, you should understand what I'm talking about. You're just wrong. And he went to DNA, like, show me the sequence, you know, and the ATCG, yeah, dazzle me with your fucking, with your technical speak, right? I know what you're talking about, and if you knew what you were talking about, you would know that, yeah, you can actually categorize them by their specific genome. They've done that. So, like, nice try, but, like, I know what I'm fucking talking about. A lot of people know what they're talking about, and it's not even that complicated. That's one thing like, dude, you're not slick with that shit. I don't like it when people think that they're gonna say some ignorant shit, but they're gonna sprinkle in some technical speak. I don't think people know what ATCG is. Okay, man. So it is frustrating. You have to wonder, like, what's his end game? What's his goal here? What's his angle? And I think some of it is to sort of run adjacent or parallel to this like legitimate right-wing identitarian movement to try and glom off of it. Kind of in the way that Peter Thiel is. You know, hey guys, I'm right-wing, even though I'm like a gay foreigner that loves that loves Israel. I'm just like you guys, actually. I'm bashed. Katie Vance is bashed. Don't let good be the enemy of perfect. Shut the fuck up. You people are not on our side. Anyway, now I'm just ranting. You know, Sonny Faz, that YouTuber? Yeah. He converted to Islam because of Tate and company, and his family doesn't talk to him anymore. What a fucking L, man. Can you imagine? Like, and look. Technically, like, your beliefs shouldn't be, like, based on your identity. Like, yeah, your family's Italian. In other words, like, you should follow what is true, not what is necessarily tradition. But it is true that, like, look, being, like, from an Italian family and converting to Islam, like, dude. Yeah, that's not a good look. That's, like, that is kind of a spit in the face to your family. But likewise, look, and to be consistent, you know, if a person from Saudi Arabia converted to Catholicism, I would say that's a W. And you know, and he's going against his tradition. But that's where, like, the distinction matters. Like, Catholicism is true and Islam isn't. So Twitter is just for engagement farming. App is shit other than real-time news. Is Milo a citizen? Can he be deported? I don't even remember. He should be deported. He should be in fucking jail, actually. He should be in jail. In solitary confinement. Right? Away from the other inmates, because he might like that shit. He might purposely drop the soap. Fucking freak. Anyway. How long have I been live for? What? What have I've just been yapping. Damn, I've been yapping for like 50 minutes. Anyway. Should we talk about should we react to the Crowder interview? Have you guys watched that yet? W interview? It's been a long time in the coming. Long time in the making.
Exes feel like. Mr. Fuentes, thank you for being here, sir. Can you hear me, see me okay?
Yes, can you hear me?
Not yet. Was out working until just now.
I can.
Oh,
I
okay,
can hear
well,
you, and I see. I appreciate the Christmas decor. A lot of people don't do that. Let me get this just out of the way really quickly. Obviously, on X, and that's a win. You're back, Nick J. Fuentes, Nicholas J. Fuentes. It's America First on Rumble weeknights, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and then as I understand it, next week you are going to be on Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yes, on Monday I'll be doing a show.
I will warn you, Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Hey, wasn't quick thing? Wasn't Nick supposed to do a collab with Richard Spencer? Their yearly collab. That's always good content. That is always good content. I always enjoy those.
He's rather censored. I don't know if
In what way? How do you mean?
Well, he challenged me to use the N-word on the show, and I did it 3 times, stuck the landing in front of Mark Lamont Hill. They just skimmed past it and then edited it out afterwards.
So no N-word, huh? All right, I'll have to keep that in mind.
Right.
I'll try not to use it.
If he asks you, well, would you say it, or he challenges you, and you do, he pulls a magic trick where people don't hear it.
I'll have to record it on my end. I'll just blast off. Maybe if I say it loud enough, they'll just play it anyway.
Well, I actually did that one time, so we can give you some tips. I had a buzzer every time someone would interrupt, and he edited out the buzzer. Not him, his producers. But Nick, I appreciate you being here, man. You know, right now it's a weird time where people are trying to tell folks they can't actually have conversations, no matter how much you agree, disagree. So if it's, I'd like to kind of set what my expectations are, because I did hear that you said you hope this would be friendly. That's my goal too. The first thing I will say, we got into it with Jillian Michaels. I should say, this week, where she was demanding people disavow, and I'll get to that. I hate, above all else, it's like I feel compelled to defend, no matter who it is, when jokes or statements are mischaracterized, taken out of context. I've had that happen to me. I think it's happened to you quite a bit. I don't want to do that, all right? Hopefully, I think, neither one of us does that. And I also really hate seeing gang-ups, and that's why I killed the mics. If anyone here, I really didn't like seeing what happened with Candace and Tucker, especially after you appeared with Tucker, and it seemed pretty cordial. And then he took pot shots once you were gone. I promise you, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, that's a W, actually. That's a W that he's calling those two out. Dude, I'm so fucking like, look, dude, seriously. Like, I cannot wait for the day where like Candace and Tucker are just like not even remotely offer like zero utility to the movement. Like right now they have a big platform, and somebody like Tucker has been forced to change his messaging over the years, and there's utility in that. But I detest these people. I detest Candace. I detest Tucker. If nothing else, because I think that they're disingenuous. How can you have a cordial interview with somebody, a sit down, pleasant, it's nice, and then you turn around and you shit talk them on things that are like have been clarified, miscategorizing people, just straight up lying about somebody in bad faith. One thing if you get something wrong, oops, my bad. But it's like, dude, you talked to Nick, you've met him, you have his number, and you're calling him like a legitimate anti-Semite? What the fuck is that? Or somebody like Candace, no, we don't do ambushes. It's a fucking ambush. Oh, Miss Producer, do you have that clip by chance of Nick saying something, whatever, problematic? Dude, I hate that. I hate that. That is like an indictment on someone's character. Like, fuck that. I hate the games. I like straight shooters, man. I like people who are just honest. Why is that in such short supply? Seriously. And so, never mind the fact that Tucker's a Fed and he's controlled op, and that, he's been remarkably inconsistent on his views over the years and is totally fake. Like, forget that for a second. Just the fact that he's just a liar. He's just not honest. Like, that's just crazy. Like, you're going to make a deal about, like, these slurs, but this other slur? No, I would never say that. Dude, shut the fuck up, man. So, it's at the point, man, where I have no patience. I have no patience, and, like, if you're in this space and you still like Tucker or Candace, I kind of think you're a fucking idiot. Straight up. Like, you just don't understand the score. Like, how much more do people need to see before they kind of understand what's going on here? Like, how much more do you need to see? It's really kind of mind-boggling. And I say this as, like, look, the diplomatic answer is, like, yeah, maybe we can get something out of Tucker or Candace. Fair. It is ostensibly a good thing that they're talking about some of these things, particularly Israel. But they're never leading the charge. They're carefully trailing behind it. And somebody like Tucker is trying to redirect it elsewhere. Somebody like Candace just fucking throws everything into the mix. It's the frankest, actually. She just gets shit wrong. So on the one hand, you have Candace discrediting people who are telling the truth. And on the other, you have Tucker who's trying to smother up to it, to hijack it, and then take control and redirect it. So they're not really aligned. It's a matter of they see it as an opportunity. So I do appreciate Crowder at least somewhat calling those two out. And Crowder Canadian, he is, yeah. Because they have to play up to their audience to make money. Certainly somebody like Candace, and like I said, man, like her audience is dumb. So we do have like a legit number of like low IQ anti-Semites out there that like should just not have access to the internet. Like they should just not be allowed to talk.
Is that fair?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Okay. And what I really want to do is I want people to actually hear your views for what they actually are. And I know a lot of people are going to disagree. And some people, you know, they'll be moved, they'll be convinced. And I want them to make up their own mind and be able to contrast it. So I asked that we're able to do that. I will also say, hey, look, I do want to thank you because, you know, I've been subject to some concerted hit pieces myself. And you didn't join in on the dog pile. And I do appreciate that.
Yeah, got to stand up for a guy. You know, it's bros before hoes.
Oh,
so,
yes.
so I'm with you.
No, I don't so much appreciate you implying that, you know, I'm bringing talking points from BlackRock or the Israel lobby, considering I've been sued by BlackRock and even Rumble had to fight back. So I think let's just make
Sometimes talking points, they trickle down, and a lot of people don't really understand where their ideas come from. And so it's not like, I don't think anybody believes that like Crowder has like a BlackRock rep feeding him talking points, but you know, he probably has, you know, if he's like pulling up from like Revolver or like, you know, even somebody like Tucker, it's like there's like this chain of logistics. You know, the idea comes from somewhere, it goes to somebody else, and then it trickles down, it spreads. And people don't even know where a lot of these talking points or ideas come from, or where they originated from. And I don't know if Crowder necessarily understands that. You know, I mean, look, to his credit, I don't think he has like a BlackRock rep or anything like that. But it's like, could you honestly say that people understood where like the talking point, Israel's our greatest ally, came from? Or Israel's like a bastion of democracy and a sea of radical Islamic authoritarianism or whatever. I don't think people would clock exactly where that came from. You know, maybe they get points. Oh, the Heritage Foundation or some other think tank. Yeah, okay, go a layer deeper. You know, so
sure we take each other's opinions at face value. I don't think that you're paid for it to say anything that you're saying, and I can. And
I'll say one more thing on that, and that's where I think Nick loses a lot of people when he starts talking about Straussian politics and a lot, you know, the acolytes of Strauss as sort of like the thought leader for neoconservatism. That shit goes over a lot of people's heads. But you have to like understand where the ideas are coming from. Coming from, you know, the intelligentsia. It's coming from the universities and then the think tanks. And a lot, those are funded by, you know who's funding them. You know, sometimes it's BlackRock, sometimes it's just some wealthy capital investment fund run by, you know, a Jew, for example. And anyway, ugh, louder. Wait, what are you saying? Louder, ugh, louder. Is the volume okay? Is that what you're saying? Or louder with Crowder? What are we talking about here? You're speaking cryptically. I don't understand what you're saying. Anyway.
Tell you definitively that I've never taken a dime from an outside entity, nonprofit, or, you know, foreign interest. Is that good?
Yeah, I believe you. Sounds good to me.
Okay.
For example, AIPAC is not registered under FAR, right? That's kind of like the big problem. Kind of the problem is not like, you know, the obvious backlash to being a foreign interloper. How do these people, these special people, get around that? By not being a foreigner. Literally. They're American. A lot of these big donors to pro-Israel causes are straight up American. And so that begs the question, like, okay, then what is an American? How can these Americans have a greater interest abroad than here in America? You know, it's just like put two and two together.
All right. Also, I want to make sure we can issue so we're not mischaracterized. A lot of people watching. This is the last kind of ground rule. I want to kind of address each issue point by point. I'm going to avoid point stacking, or just go rapid fire, because people will use that, take it out of context. You know, people go, and Nick wiggled out of this, and they do that with me. I want no one to mischaracterize anything. So with that said, I have a couple of rapid fires, but I think you're going to like them. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
These are
Nick's interview with Bradley was fire. I'm sort of stacking up content that, because I'm going to be traveling pretty soon here. I'll be out of town for like 2 weeks, you know, if everything goes according to plan. I plan on streaming. I won't be on my usual setup. So like during my travels, I'll be listening to a lot of these podcasts. I need something to listen to, you know?
Layups. And I mean rapid fire, and then I want to give you the floor.
Sure.
Nick, I think there's some misconceptions of you. I've heard this said. Can you clear the air? Nick Fuentes, do you hate all Jews, sir?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you consider yourself an anti-Semite, a noted anti-Semite?
No.
Okay. Clears that up. Do you believe that white people are superior to all other races on the planet?
No.
Okay. Do you want to eradicate all non-whites from the United States?
No.
Okay. Well, Barry Weiss will be very happy to hear that. No doubt she's watching. And then because this happens a lot, right? It's Tucker did this with you. Fed. Nick Fuentes, are you in fact a Fed?
What's up, Hippocratic? Thanks to Progressive Overload, Bradley's interviews have improved over time. Very good.
No.
Very good.
I'm going to get through these rapid fire really quickly. They're actually, there's not much. So this week, Jillian Michaels will be on the show next week while you're doing Pierce Morgan Censored. And she said that we need to disavow you, and specifically said you had said that women either want or need to be raped. Now, I looked for this. I have not found as a matter of prescription from you, correct me if I'm wrong, that you believe women should be raped as a matter of policy. Do I have that right?
Yeah, you're correct on that. Yes.
Okay. All right. So she's wrong. She's just an angry lesbian. Got it. Now, finally, this one might surprise people because I know you and Charlie Kirk were sort of rivals, as you've described. Been a lot of controversy floating around that, and people often say that you blame the Jews for everything. Do you believe the Jews killed Charlie Kirk? That's one of the conspiracies out there right now. What's your position on that?
I don't believe that. As it stands right now, I think it was Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, me too. And if there's something else, I hope that we find out. But I think a lot of people would just sort of toss you in that lot. Okay, I think we've cleared that up. So, look, there's some people who might be new to you here. I know you've told your story quite a few times. Some people here may not have heard your background. Tell folks out here your story. How did you come to your current positions?
Well, I appreciate the rapid fire intro because that is my reputation. That's what people say is that I'm pro-rape, want to kill everybody, whatever. So
I told you you'd like them.
Audience. Yeah, I did, and I appreciate the opportunity because my audience knows that, but maybe your audience might not, or other people might not. So I actually appreciate that. And as far as how I came to my views, I've told the story many times. I'll give you kind of the shorter version. And feel free to jump in or ask me questions or clarify. But I was a fairly normie conservative in high school. I was very political since I was 12 years old. And like everybody in those days, you know, there wasn't a lot of stuff on social media like conservative informational content. Right. And so what you had was PJ Media. You had the Hoover Institute. You know, you had things like this. And that's kind of how I got acclimated into conservative politics. And Prager University, all that kind of stuff. And I would say that I was about as mainstream as it gets. I was pro-Israel, pro-free market, fiscal conservative, basically libertarian is what I would say about myself. And then the Trump election kind of just hit me like a train. And I had a series of realizations about the media, about immigration and demographic change in America, what
You guys should change your VPNs to the UK to troll Keir Starmer and his wankers. Someone had the idea on the Asman stream, and now it's starting to catch on. Change VPN UK, post-based memes, no way Trump extradites us. Yeah, look, the UK, they'll have to figure out their own fucking problems, man. Like, that's for them to figure out, man. I don't really care about the UK. The UK being a shithole as an American, it's like, yeah, you know, that sucks, but I don't really care. I'm American. So they're on their own. They'll have to fix their own country. Or America reinvents itself as like a real empire, and then we just take over the UK.
The political implications would be for that in elections, but also just in society. And then obviously the biggest and most controversial one is I really love the idea of America first. Trump said that at his inaugural. He said that at the RNC. And when I heard that, I said, that's me. Like, more than I'm a libertarian or even a conservative, I'm that. I'm America first. Right. I'm a nationalist. And then I just began to notice that there was always just one exception.
Yeah, same people fucking up their country are the ones fucking with us. Centralized banker, WEF, etc. Go a level deeper. go a layer of two deeper. Yeah, I mean, like, the WEF is not. They're not like, they're not. What do they even do? It's just a forum. They have a meeting. What is it? Once or twice a year at Davos, and talk about their like kind of like off the wall ideas and shit. But other than that, like, they're not the ones like necessarily. Like, yeah, it's like a lot of movers and shakers, but there's a better way to categorize it all. Yo, what's up, Kumquat? How's it going, dog?
Exception to that rule in the conservative space, and that obviously that's Israel. And I remember I knew a lot of people from Daily Wire in college. This is jumping ahead a little bit to when I was in college. I met a lot of the writers there, and some of them were Jewish and some of them were not, but they were all extremely pro-Israel. And I remember first just thinking that was weird, because you had the set of talking points from PragerU, Daily Wire, whatever, and it was like, we're in favor of gun rights, low taxes, the free market, pretty standard set. And then it was always, and Israel has a right to exist, and Palestine must be destroyed. And
has anybody watched this already? Anybody watch this already? Can anybody answer, like, how long are they going to spend on the origin story? Jerome Powell's destroying the city of London, WF, Davos crowd. Yeah, it's not monolithic per se. It is not one big monolith. There's a lot of cross-pollination, don't get it wrong, but ultimately it is, in a sense, a zero-sum game. You can't forget that. And there's politics among the elite. They might, they're not all necessarily on the same side. They're all in it for their own personal interests, and obviously sometimes they compete. So they dictate policy to people like the head of BlackRock. Where do you think the synchronized DEI push came from across the entire West all at once? So close yet so far. No, not long. Okay, good. You just finished this? Oh, well. Well, you're going to watch it again with me. Yeah, look. Who wants to red pill Tom? Who wants to red pill Tom? Like, it's like you're proximately, like, you're close, and it's not entirely wrong. But there's layers. I say that too much, but it's true. There are layers to this. It's like, if you're looking for the bullseye, you're, on the third or fourth ring or whatever. Watch the first 10 minutes. Okay.
And I said, one of these things is not like the other. Like, this is clearly different and it's conspicuous, and you never see a critical opinion on those things. And I tweeted that, I want to say 10 years ago. I said, I've never actually seen criticism of Israel on Daily Wire or PragerU. And I remember Shapiro called me an anti-Semite for saying that. And I said, how is that anti-Semitic? And what's more, I said, that reminds me of how if you criticize women or blacks or Muslims, they call you sexist, racist, Islamophobic. I said, so how's that different?
Right.
And for that, I got blacklisted, and they really made my life a living hell.
Yeah.
These people went to American Conservative Union. They got me banned from CPAC. Cabot Phillips, who was at Daily Wire now, back then he was Campus Reform. Dad is Tim Phillips at AFP. This guy was out to get me. He was, pushing hit pieces. Shapiro was going around calling me an anti-Semite and blowing up hit pieces about me. And basically...
Yes, I want to make sure I watched it without spending 4 hours on it. Kumquat, if your goal was to hurt me, congratulations. You've hurt me deeply. A bunch of content and appearances released. God help us. Break out your snacks. Get the campfire ready. Pitch up the tents, guys. I know, dude. It's like there's Bradley Martin Part 2. There is the Tommy guy, Tommy G. I still have to watch the other interview with, what's his name? The guy with the long hair. There is a Richard Spencer collab. I don't know when it is. Was it today or yesterday? Tomorrow? The annual Richards. I love that. One of my favorite. I'm gonna be. I said this earlier, but I'm gonna be traveling soon, so I'm just like gonna be spending a lot of time. Like I need content, you know, to consume while I'm traveling. Tommy G was the strangest thing you've ever seen with Nick. Yeah, he said they were just polar opposites. So
ever since then, I guess I've been kind of like, I consider myself like the Revenant. You know that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio where he gets like killed by a bear?
Yeah.
And then he has to fight through the wilderness. That's kind of how I feel. I was like Left 4 Dead at 18, and then I had to kind of fight to repair my reputation and like prove what I'm saying. So that's kind of the
What's crazy about that movie is the real story. The guy's actually more badass. I don't know if you've actually read about him. In real life, he sexually dominates the bear. But it's, I remember that big controversy when there were a bunch of conservatives saying, we're not going to go see The Revenant. There was this rumor that he was raped by the bear. I don't know if you remember that. That was a big story. And I watched it. I'm like, this is just, it's just a CGI bear. I do want to go back. So Daily Wire.
Talking about?
Sure.
Because I don't know if you know this. We also mentioned PJ Media. That's where I was first doing stuff in 2000.
He fucked the bear? You know, on the one hand, that's kind of, oh, you were there, you saw it? Yeah. I don't know, I'm not familiar with the story. Like, did he like kill the bear and fuck? Like, what? I don't know, I never watched that movie. I decided that when someone starts sharing political take, I just keep it simple and say, you're close but missed the mark. Well, I'm not, look, I don't want to sound condescending. You know, I guess sometimes I am. But look, look, it's like, it's not like there's like a guide book on how to like think about these things per se, or like how you should organize all of this kind of hierarchically, you know. I think that kind of just takes time and critical thinking and information. So this expression very look, you know, hey, what are we talking about? What are we talking about here? What's going on? How do we get here?
9 after YouTube, and like you, I grew up in Canada, so we didn't have AM radio. We didn't have Fox News. I was at Fox News for about 4.5 years, and I'd never seen anyone who was there on air. They just threw me on a panel with Alan Combs and said, debate this guy. And then it just kind of went on for a while, and I reached the end of the road. But I don't know if you know this. I've had a little bit of a, I guess you could say, turbulent history with Daily Wire myself. Not for the same reasons, but I will say this.
He got into some
there have been some
lawsuit,
things
right?
I haven't talked about publicly regarding Daily Wire. People knew the contract issues, but I know you've used the term gatekeeping, and I can tell you that was something that bothered me behind the scenes too. Let me ask you this before we get to that, because it sounds like you're saying, and this is something that I've kind of seen, I've kind of watched you develop a little bit, and I can understand why someone who's young, I hate to use the term lashes out. I'm not going to put you on a couch and ask about your mother, but I can understand why you'd be upset. Was this, though, when Ben Shapiro was saying that, was it before or after the sort of what he would classify as targeted harassment campaigns from the Groypers, like, you know, bombarding his events, and a lot of conservatives were being, you know, doxxed and swatted? I'm not holding you responsible for that, but you know that happened quite a bit. I know you've been victim to it yourself. Was his blacklisting before that, so that your sort of campaign or your fans' campaign was a response, or was it after?
It was completely before. Okay. So just for the timeline, it was December 2016, and I didn't start my show until February 17. So it's before I even had a show, before I was anybody, before the Groypers were even a thing. Groypers came around in 19, so it was way before.
Okay. Because I did have the Groypers show up to like a comedy event. This happened a while ago, and they just sort of went away, and they were under the impression, I don't know if you said this, that I was like an open borders cuck. And it kind of fizzled out where I was like, well, no, I'm not. I think we should close the border, and I think we should deport people who are here not only illegally, but have stricter immigration, period. That's not a new view for me. So, yeah, I could see, though, how people, if it was under false sort of pretense. With Daily Wire, here's what I experienced. Now, I don't know about your timeline. I know Cassie Dillon posted some receipts saying like this is not accurate. But I would imagine you were giving general timelines and people to sort of paint a picture, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. With Daily Wire, what would happen is, being demonetized on YouTube, they created the new rule, borderline content, because they couldn't fully remove me. Sorry about that. It was a third rule specifically because I had a lawyer and planned for this. I would get into conversations with Google executives, people at YouTube, and especially as we got toward COVID and the vaccine, right, questioning that, or the lockdowns. I would have people very high up at Google, YouTube, say, well, we don't have these kind of problems with Daily Wire. And I said, well, I'm not. And without getting into any private information, there were conversations that took place, and that was something that really rubbed me the wrong way. It was sort of, you'll kill us last, right? And they famously bragged about spending more money on Facebook and Google than anyone else. And then there was pressure being applied from YouTube to sort of step in line. So I can corroborate that was something I experienced behind the scenes, if that helps illuminate it at all.
Yeah, and I remember it very well. I remember the adpocalypse, and I remember your tiff with them. I remember you going on Tim Pool. I remember the whole thing.
Yes.
And I've heard that. Even I'm not connected, I'm not tapped in at all. I was radioactive for so long, but even I had heard rumors that they had made deals with Google behind the scenes or Facebook, and it's well known they were like the number 2 advertiser on Facebook, like number 2 overall,
right.
not like among conservatives, period, for many years. And so, even if,
at the time when everyone else was getting censored,
the Israel stuff, nobody knows the fact that they were kind of the beneficiaries of a monopoly in the sense that like all their competition got banned. Anybody that was dissident, anybody that was controversial, basically was no platforms, not deplatformed, no platformed.
Yeah.
And I think you got caught up in that as well. I remember pretty well.
Their contracts require it. And by the way, I was never the one to release. Just to be clear, there are some people there who I'm friends with. Jeremy Boring was never one of them. The contracts necessitated it, right? Where they would penalize their own creators. I believe it was 25% for the first YouTube suspension, 15% more, another 50. If you read the contract, 15% for Facebook suspension. And so my issue wasn't the money. My issue was like, well, first off, this would be 110% penalties for me because I'm literally suspended from all these places right now. But this is de facto doing the bidding of big tech. And that's the reason for it. I didn't like being put in that position, but yeah, so I can understand.
That's such a shit contract, man. Like, don't you think that... That's like... Of course. You should have read the fine print. I imagine that and I don't know what the contract works exactly, but I imagine a good contract would look like you have some form of revenue sharing from the content that you make on these platforms. So you would think that the hit to your personal revenue would be enough of an incentive to not get deplatformed or whatever, banned, suspended off those platforms, such that it doesn't necessitate an additional fee, an additional cut from your salary. Because it's like, that's one of those things, it's like not 100% in your control. And especially considering how fickle the suspension system has been on YouTube, that seems, kind of a pretty shitty contract if you're a content creator. But I mean, hey, what do we expect? What do we expect from the Daily Wire?
I can understand why a young guy would feel betrayed or feel hung out to dry. And I think that might explain it quite a bit. Even if we disagree with your views, like I told Ben Shapiro in 2016, 2017, I don't think we should be giving any money to Israel. Now, unlike you, I support them over Hamas morally, but I think we should stop funding all sides of the war in the Middle East. And hopefully you find that a reasonable position, whether you agree with it or not. I don't think that's extreme. And Ben didn't seem all too bothered by it. But I also invited him to be on the show, and he was going to, and he disappeared. But I just saw him on with Don Lemon and David Pakman, so I guess they're not so abhorrent.
David Pakman.
That's interesting. So he agreed to come on, but then he canceled?
Yeah, it was just sort of informal, by text, and then I just haven't heard back from him. He's been on the show many times, so I'll give you credit, Nick. Candace, Tucker, Ben, Mark, everyone invited on. You're the only one with the balls to show up. I have to give you kudos for that.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate, even though you didn't call me out, I saw the clip.
Well, because I knew you would show up. You're like the candy man. I say your name 3 times and you can't, but you'll show up. No, but we did reach out. I said we didn't want to because we didn't want it to be a conflict. We had already communicated, or my producer had, and I didn't want to call you out as though you were ducking. Those other people have been ducking.
Oh yeah, totally fine. No, and I'm here, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. And I think we agree on. Maybe this is going to sound like I'm kissing your ass a little bit, but I do always feel like you were less bad than all the other people in the conservative movement.
That's high praise.
Well, and I know that sounds lame.
I do have to agree with that. Like, out of all of like the I don't know if I'd call it Con Inc., but like of all like the conservative like commentators, I think Crowder's probably, like, of the mainstream ones, probably one of the better ones, if not like the best out of the normie sphere, so to speak. he seemed a little more good faith, I think. You know, stuff I've heard behind the scenes, some people don't like Crowder or his team because, you know, I've heard that they're kind of dicks, but I don't think that means dishonest, though. That's just what I've heard.
But I mean, you know, during the Groyper War, I know that Groyper showed up to your events, and I remember thinking, like, Crowder's he's not even really bad on many of the issues, like Daily Wire, even like Turning Point was 6 years ago. They got a lot better in the intervening, you know, maybe the past 3 years.
Yeah.
But no, but I always think you have balls. So I think you're one of the more creditable people in the Con Inc. kind of scene.
Well, come on, don't put me in that scene. That's the thing. I'm not in that scene at all. I've been rejected by that scene, just maybe not quite like you, but quite a bit. I mean, I said the N-word on Piers Morgan. That counts for something. I will say this though. Yeah, there was a. Did you encourage the Groypers to go, or was that their own thing? That's just to clear the air.
You know, I don't know. So long ago, you were not one of our major campaigns. We were really focused on Turning Point. So you might have been on the calendar. We threw together a calendar and said, these are all the speaking events in the fall. But we were really focused on Charlie Kirk more than anybody.
All right. Well, then could you give me whether you're not going to send them to like stand-up events going forward?
Well, I didn't send anybody to a stand-up thing.
Well, but I was just basically I was dressed like Che Guevara. Like it was a Halloween. It wasn't the same kind of thing as Ben Shapiro. It might have been Brett Kavanaugh with a beer helmet. Like it's not the same kind of show.
Mello, don't read this out loud. Oopsies poopies. Oopsies poopsies. You might enjoy this YouTube channel, Italian American Story. Fuck you can't tell me what to do. I'll read it out loud if I want to.
Sure. Yeah, no, I won't send anybody your way. Right. I promise.
Because here's the funniest before we get into it. Because the Groypers back then, they kind of had like rankings. Do you remember that? Like, do you remember this? Okay.
Oh yeah. So who could forget?
Okay. So you do remember. So I'm glad we're able to talk about this because, and by the way, we'll post all the videos and links, like references in the description. So if we have a clip or so people can see the whole context. I believe it was at SMU, and I knew they were coming because I was posted on this calendar. And so again, the same way I infiltrated Infa, I knew every single one of them, and I knew they had rankings. I don't remember, like maybe it was like Private Admiral, something like that. But here's how I kind of also, it was a little bit of a mind trick. So you'll appreciate this. It was nothing super bad. I said, okay, everyone who agrees with me, you know, you line up on this side of the auditorium. It was like 2,500 seats. Everyone who disagrees here, we're going to go 1 and 1. And I saw all the Groypers line up, and they were supposed to go in a sequence, like private to general. The last second before we go, oh, we have to change something in the venue, and we swapped the lines so that the wrong guy went first. And I remember in your groups back then, or not your groups, whatever, the Groyper had a Facebook group, one of them said, did you see I asked a question last night? And they were like, you were a stuttering, disgraceful fool. You are not amongst us. And they booted him. They drummed him out of the corner, and then it was off the list.
So, I remember we had generals. We didn't have, maybe they did that on their own. We had generals, and it was sort of tongue in cheek. You know, we were a little ironic about it. But no, but I remember the tricks you guys were pulling. It was pretty, you know, that was pretty clever. I'll give you that. It was pretty clever. That was a good counteroffensive. You know,
were tricking and we were tricking, and the truth is I just wanted to do some fun stuff. All right. So since we got through that, look, America first. I identify as a conservative, as a nationalist. I wear that since it became a pejorative. Like I thought that was sort of a default thing for America. So you wouldn't hear me saying nationalist.
The thing about nationalism, man, is it's literally just common sense. Like the idea that it's like there's just such a nasty, it's been painted in such a nasty way. There's such a negative connotation. I don't know how much time I want to spend on this, but it's like, it's just common sense. You're going to do things in your own interests. What is a nation if not a collection of people? You know, as sort of broadly defined within a specific region of a specific society or culture. And so that's just sort of, you sort of zoom in a little bit, then you have communities. You have pockets of communities and groups of people. You zoom in and you have, you know, neighborhoods, families. And then you zoom in more and you've got people in those families. So in other words, your nation is, you know, broadly speaking, just an extension of your family, an extension of your interests, of your community, I know it's like, you're not going to look at everybody on the street in your country as like, you know, your cousin or anything like that, but you're in the same boat. And in an ideal sense, you kind of would, right? But you know, that's not realistic anymore. But so this idea that nationalism is this like nasty, terrible thing, it's just really nonsensical. And it's like the default mode, and we're reverting back to the default mode because it's realistic. It's realistic to be nationalist. And it's sort of in contradiction to like what like world liberalism promotes. It can't exist without a hegemon. Liberalism, like this global democracy, global liberalism cannot exist without like an authoritarian hegemon pushing it onto places, overruling their national sentiment in favor of this new world order. And so it's only a matter of time before we reverted to our default state. So in other words, liberalism is a delusion. It's contradictory. So, yeah, but I don't expect most people.
Until people are like, nationalist means you're a supremacist. I'm like, well, okay, well then I'm a nationalist. Now I have to claim it because of course I want America to do best. Since you, I know, are very clearly America first, let me ask you, what do you love most about America?
Well, I love that we're a superpower. I love that because I really do believe that, when you.
First, for me, it's the fact that I live here, that the fact that it's my country, you first and foremost. I know that's maybe not the question he was asking, but that should be enough. That should be enough for anybody. The fact that you should love your country because it's your home, because it's where you're from, because it's where your interests lie, it's where your family is, it's where you're rooted. And that, I think, that frankly should be everybody's answer, at least to some degree. I know that's probably not what he was asking, but
you look at the history of Western civilization. I love the idea of an empire. I love the idea of the Roman Empire,
yes,
the Spanish Empire, British Empire. And I love the idea that we just have this crazy productive capacity, huge population, huge resources. I like the power.
I don't know how people don't find that fucking awesome. Even from a science fiction or a fantasy perspective, it's what are some of the most popular tropes? There's a powerful king amassing his armies to fight against the, conquering and all of this stuff. Or the intergalactic empire that everyone swears allegiance to and is super powerful and badass and shit. It's naturally we're just drawn to that. We're just drawn to this grandiose power. It's almost that's our natural inclination, And we have to subdue that in favor of this retarded liberalism. Well, actually, I think liberal democracy is the best. No.
Power of America. That's something I've really been
We should give everybody a seat at the table. I don't think so.
A lot lately.
Okay. And of course, we don't want to take that for granted. Obviously, the power of America that switches in a nanosecond as far as history. Is there anything else that stands out to you aside from the power? I mean, if not, we can move on to the next.
Yeah, I mean, I love political liberty. I like the Constitution. I like our culture. I like that we're like a pan-European empire. I like that, because when you compare us to Europe, you look at Europe and it's sort of petty and small and they're squabbling and they're fighting,
That is funny. It's I love how they all have beef with each other. All these Western Europeans just hate the French. Safe edgy. It's they don't sort of see themselves as a larger collective, which really they should. Europeans really need to start, Europeans in Europe, that is, well, everywhere, but Europeans, especially in Europe, really kind of need to see themselves as a part of a larger collective, for their own sake. They do not have the numbers to really deal with this petty squabbling. And that is what's cool about America. It's this grand experiment. It's now it's, you still have as far as the white people in America go, it's yes, you still have your ethnics, but for the most part, it's all very much been homogenized. It's you have this new white culture and this, in a certain sense, this new budding white race that exists in America, the American white race that's all kind of mixed in with mostly Western Europeans. Of course, you still have distinct groups and you still have your distinct, genealogy and all that, but it's all being mixed in a sense. And ultimately there's been this assimilation to this new white culture, this new white American culture. We have barbecues, we celebrate the 4th of July. When we think about our history, we think about how we had family that fought in World War II, or we had an uncle that worked on the space shuttle, stuff like that. And it's great that we can look back on, our family from back in Europe. I'm not saying we should eliminate that at all, but it's the prioritization of being America first, no pun intended, Like that is like the new sort of defining cultural characteristic of white people in this country. Not like I'm saying anything crazy here. It's just, it's, you know, a pretty basic observation. You know, and it's interesting how obviously people in Europe, not quite they don't consider themselves European because they're next to people that are far different from them that don't, you know, they all have their distinct culture. They're still rooted there. So the French people would look at the you know, the Italians, for example, and there hasn't been this impetus for assimilation, for like this greater assimilation, but I think they really need to start thinking differently. And a lot of that is probably also the fact that there's the language barrier, but you know, we all speak English here in America, right? So definitely easier to assimilate when everybody is literally speaking the same language.
Between these like little towns and villages. And I like that there's just like this sense of nationhood in America between European Christian people and other people too, of course. But for the most of our history, it was mostly the Europeans. But,
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things I like about America.
Yeah, that's where I would already disagree with you because I was raised in Quebec, which is much more European. And I think Europe kind of sucks. I'm not a big...
Why?
Compared to what, though? Compared to America, okay, sure. I can hear you on that. But compared to the rest of the world, dude, Europe's fucking awesome. One thing I'll say about Europe that they obviously have that we don't, they do have a deeper, connection to their culture, to their roots. You walk through, you know, London. I know it's different now, but you're walking through a place that has existed for quite a lot longer than any city in America. And that history, you could feel the aura. You go to Rome, you're standing in a place where people have built or have been a part of for thousands of years. There's an electricity, there is a presence that is unfelt in America. And I think that, you know, we like to make fun of Europeans and all that, but it's like there needs to be a greater sense of identity among Europeans around the world, as a matter of ethnicity, because it is a matter of survival at this point. You know, the differences kind of need to be set aside because, you know, the barbarians are at the gate, man. We have to prioritize here. You know, the whole thing will come crashing down. You'll lose all of Europe. You'll lose all of America if there isn't this greater unification of sorts. So, you know, we don't need to beat up on the Europeans for like being more liberal or whatever, or more progressive on stuff. Like, that's where like Europe birthed America, and we should never forget that. So,
well, because there's far less freedom. I mean, in Quebec and a lot of these European nations, they had an enforced denominational form of Christianity, which didn't work out. That breeds atheism. I believe that Quebec is possibly the most unchurched population in the industrialized or Western world, even though Catholicism was a state-enforced, provincially enforced denomination. I think we're better than Europe. That's why.
No, very profound. Oh, thanks. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
We left. But I do understand that the founders, obviously, were largely white, Christian, European.
Dude, Conquad always has me fucking shadowboxing. I never know if he's on some bullshit or not.
I mean, Protestant, obviously. I know you and I, we'll quibble about that, but that is the base.
He always exists in the realm of plausible deniability. No, I just think it's a cute dog emote. I'm on to you. I'm on to you, buddy. I'm on to you. I don't have my haha cat on this account, so that's your new haha cat. Dude, how do you keep getting banned? Just stop getting banned. Stop getting banned, bro. Just like, I don't understand.
Basis here doesn't mean that Catholics aren't welcome. But let me ask you, what about the founding, like founding fathers? Is that something? Because I know you have opinions kind of on both sides of that, and I think they're more nuanced. But is that a big part of what you like?
I love the founding fathers. I think they're brilliant. I love George Washington. I love Hamilton. I like John Adams. I think they're remarkable people. So yeah, absolutely.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Political liberty. Can you kind of explain, I guess, that a little bit? Because that's where I know you've said that you differ with conservatives. And I don't want to mischaracterize you. I understand you've said that you're not quote unquote conservative. That's not you identify as America first. So political liberty, what does that mean?
I would say I'm more reactionary than conservative. That's why I don't mean when I say I'm not conservative that I'm something else. And so, you know, as far as political liberty goes, I like that in our country, we have a generally permissive climate. I think, of course, that's gone too far in some ways. But I do like that we have a free press. I like that we have the right to own guns. I am a capitalist. I'm not an ideological free market person, but I like that we have private property. I like we can own what we earn. And on some level, I like that we have a republic. I'm very into the idea that we have Republican sovereignty. You know, that we have rights. They're protected by God. The Constitution respects that also. Okay. And I would say, because I could kind of see maybe, I don't know if you're comfortable with this, if I could go a little further here.
Sure. I mean, look, yeah, go wherever you want. And as long as you're comfortable with me disagreeing and understanding that it's meant to be fair, but I'll let you know where I do.
Yeah, because maybe I could see where you're going with this. You know, I'm really not like a totalitarian. I don't want a police state, you know, to the extent that people say these things about me, like you're a fascist, you're a communist, or a socialist. I'm very much not in favor of that sort of thing. I just think that, you know, in the past 30 years, we've gone a little bit too far in the other direction. That's all. No,
and I wouldn't disagree with that last part, by the way. For example, I think it's very reasonable to say, you know what, maybe OnlyFans isn't a good thing. When you have libertarians going, oh yeah, if they ask for identification to prove you're of age to get pornography, the next thing you know, they're going to take your guns away. I'm like, yeah, I think that being 18 to get hardcore pornography kind of makes sense. So if addressing the hardcore libertarian sort of ideology, I would agree. If it goes towards like a theocracy or something like that, which I know you've discussed, I would disagree. And look, I want to play this because, of course, everyone's going to ask me to ask you this about the Tucker Stalin clip. So what I want to do is play it, and then I know that you've already explained it more recently. I want to play a longer clip in context and then give you the floor, because otherwise people say, why did he softball him and not ask about Stalin? Here's the clip for those who haven't seen it from Tucker Carlson.
So it was like mid-December, late December. It's actually funny. It was December 18th. I remember because that's an important date to me. And
man, this dude, this what would you this hot take, I guess, is just like totally one shot at all these conservative minds. Like, actually, it's dude, how do people, do all these conservatives really not understand the distinction between like saying you admire Stalin for his greatness versus saying that like he was a good guy or what he did was like good and not evil? Do people not see the nuance there? I know it's like, and like you understand the context. I get it, because conservatism has built itself on being anti-communist for decades, for a very long time now. So anything favorable of somebody from that milieu is like, that's gonna just like brick the boomer brain, you know, like they just can't. Why? But he was a communist. You know, these boomers just struggle to understand that like, yeah, you know, sometimes your political opposition can like do very impressive things or be impressive themselves. Real recognizes real. So
it's Joseph Stalin's birthday. Oh, I'm a fan.
I mean, to Nick's credit, like, it's almost like that was, like, come on, that was engagement farming. That was rage bait. Like, throwing that in there, sprinkling that in. I'm just such a fan of Joseph Stalin. I remember his birthday is special. Like, that was like deliberate. You know, well done. Well done. All these conservatives took the bait. Not that I think he's being disingenuous. I understand his position, and, you know, I think Stalin was great too. But like, it's clearly all these conservatives have 100% taken the bait on that.
You're a fan of Stalin.
Mm-hmm. I was an admirer, but we don't need to go into that. I guess. Like,
well, that's okay. Let's get back. We'll circle back to that.
And then he called you a gay fed. No, I'm kidding, but pretty much that's what he did. People are mad at him for softballing. I think he didn't. I think that would be fair to press. I just think he was fundamentally dishonest in a lot of ways, because the second you left, it was a different Tucker again. Is that a fair assessment? I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, 100%.
Honestly, W. Crowder for calling that out. W. Crowder, because, dude, so many of these other, like, pundits would not press that. They would not attack Tucker, who's, like, the big, like, he's kind of like the king right now, as far as, like, conservative personalities go. A lot of them would not have the balls to call that out. So, W. Crowder for that. Genghis Khan was cool. He was fucking cool. Dude, he was awesome. You've got, yeah, Genghis Khan. I was just thinking about him. Oh, that sounds kind of gay. I was literally just thinking about this the other day. You know, a lot of, well, this is like kind of unrelated, but like with like a lot of these like looks maxers or like red pill guru kind of guys that like make like getting women the end goal. I thought of like Genghis Khan and how he got a fuck ton of, like, he was fucking like concubines left and right. Like every night he had different bitches every fucking night, you know, pretty much. But if you think for a second that was his primary impetus, I'm gonna conquer most of Asia because I just love bitches, like that's like retarded. You know, like that was the prize. That was the prize of his conquest. That wasn't the purpose of the conquest, you know? Like he was just operating on a different frequency than just like, you know, damn, I bet they got some good pussy over there. Let's go check it out. I bet they got some nice bitches over there. You know, he's going over there, you know, doing his like Mongolian throat singing and on his way to fuck your bitch and shit. No, I don't think he was thinking like that. In fact, I think you'd be hard pressed to find any great leader that like put obtaining hoes high on their priority list. You know, a lot of it just like came with the territory, you know? I mean, like he conquered all these fucking people. It was just, there were just bitches everywhere. I guess someone's got to fuck him, you know? And he's like, oh, you know, he gets first dibs, you know? It's what it is, man. It's what it is. It's like the sound of those waiting, looting and pillaging. Yeah. You think he made that noise when he was clapping cheeks? Yeah, that's crazy. That's wild.
And, you know, I had the same experience with Candace. I went out there because him and I had beef. Me and Tucker had been privately and then publicly beefing for years.
I think of that, wait, Kumquat, remember that one video? I don't want to derail the whole thing. This is stupid. Nah, I'll save it. Remember that video of that, like, Kumquat, you showed this to me, of like the Mongolian throat singing, like with Genghis Khan. I guess I have to like share it now. That's kind of cool. This is so off topic. I'm totally just derailing my own stream right now. Theory of the prize wasn't the women. It was to spread his seed. That just comes with the territory. It's about conquest. And it's like a lot of guys don't understand that, I think, because they exist more in the carnal. But to put it simply, some men are just like drawn. It's like they just do it. Is this it? Yeah, I think this is it. Right? Isn't this it? Wait, this doesn't have the cool montage though. Fuck. Ah, here it is. Teacher, they have not get out with this. Bro, I could never be a teacher for that reason. Can you imagine me trying to teach, like, I don't know, calculus? And I'm over here talking about like random bullshit. Like trying to relate like the calculus or like the derivative of, I don't know, some frequency and how it pertains to like sonic resonance and how you get those different pitches. I would be playing this like song, just like pontificating. You know, I'd be sitting in class pulling this up when like we're supposed to be prepping for like the AP exam or something. I'll just be like, man, isn't this cool? You know, I would be, dude. I guess like my students would probably love me because like I would just fuck around too much. But I wouldn't like teach them shit. We would not get anything done. We would not get anything done in class. I would just, oh shit. Last 10 minutes. Okay, guys, we got to rapid fire through this. Yeah, talk about aura. Mongolians just aura farming. I don't know. They understand the assignment. You're the type of teacher that would let the ghetto kids eat Takis in class while yapping to them about Christ, trying to save their lives, and then fake agreeing with you just to not do work. Nah, dude, I would not fucking put up with that shit. I would just bully my students, man, to be honest. I would just bully them. You yelling at your students. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be a teacher. Bro, that job would fucking suck. Like, okay, your job is to just like kind of fuck them up a little bit, get cooked, and then try to run away. Like that's your job in this, is to like run straight into them, try to do as much damage as you can, get fucked up, and then, you know, try to make it out alive, and then we'll shoot him with arrows. It's like, can I be one of the guys shooting arrows, you know? Good old feigned retreat. That was something that was very popular in like a lot of the steps, like near like Turkey and to the east. You know, predating. I know it's like it real predates Genghis Khan. I'm not exactly like sure which the first who was the first to implement it, but that was like a big thing in like the first crusade. Like when the Crusaders tried to move through Turkey, you know, that tactic fucked them up quite a bit, actually. The feigned retreat, drawing them into a greater force and ambush. Anyway. The Warband mindset, you're here for the vibe. You play Mountain Blade? Game is a gem. Mongolia is moving the capital to Karakorum, the original capital of Genghis Khan. That's cool. Mongolia seems pretty cool. Seems like a fun place. Expected Pope Innocent IV writing the Kumnon Solemn. He was facing the Mongol threat head on, and instead of folding or raging, he tried to set moral limits on warfare and defend the vulnerable. When you remember how unstoppable Genghis Khan's legacy looked at the time, the document feels even bolder. Yeah, dude, he was just I don't want to use blitz, but he was just like, he was just farming, bro. He was farming. He was just conquering everything. Crazy. Then he died and the whole thing kind of fell apart. First thing that happens in 2026, the Golden Horde makes a comeback. Imagine. Yeah. Russia and China are sweating right now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm locked in. Remember the Battle of Ain Jalut? I think I've heard of that. Which one is that? Oh, this is in Egypt. It's the Mamluks. I can't say I'm too familiar with that battle. No.
And, you know, he called me on the phone over the summer and we talked a little bit. And then somebody arranged, Alex Jones was a part of it and somebody else kind of.
Anyway, back to the Jews.
Put this together. I went out.
Wait.
Dinner for
Alex
3 hours.
Jones was the mediator?
He was.
You do kiss and make up. All right, come on.
All the roads lead back to InfoWars.
I mean, I can't imagine him being the middle ground, but okay.
He's a sweet guy, you know. He's a
teddy bear.
guy.
Yeah.
So he didn't want to see us fighting because he loves Tucker. He loves me. He kind of put it together for us, and so I go out there, we have dinner, we do the show, and at no point during the show or during the dinner was it really even contentious. Was there really even an explicit disagreement? We had some disagreements, but he kind of tried to avoid those. I don't think that he was very forceful or direct about those. And then I went on my show the next day and said, yeah, it was a great interview. I thought it was really nice, and we're on the same page now. And then every single interview that he has done since then, he doesn't say my name without calling me an anti-Semite. He's going and doing the circuit, and every show that he goes on, he says, you know, Nick is really talented and this and that, but I don't agree with his anti-Semitism and Jew hatred. And I'm like, okay, so where was that during the dinner? Where was that during the show? I didn't hear that during the whole thing. I'm an anti-Semite now, and I wish he would have brought that up during the discussion because I would have loved to discuss that. Or
Side note, what bitrate were they streaming at on YouTube? What is this shit? Can I get some more pixels, please? What the fuck?
Or to dispute that or whatever, but it's like...
I'm happy I derailed this stream to bring attention to Mongolian supremacy in the 13th century. Yeah, well, yeah, well, look. Dude, honestly, like, Not to give you too much credit, bro, I fucking derail my own stream. I'll pause the video and yap for 15 minutes. Play for 5 seconds, pause the video again, and then yap for another 5. You know, like that's... It's like if this post gets 1 like, you know, I'll do a follow-up, likes my own post. Okay, we're doing a follow-up. You know what I'm saying? It's like that kind of energy.
You said I got a completely different Tucker after the fact in all these other shows. He's going around and telling everybody, you know, that like it's the making of a murderer.
Right.
Like I could see why people like him, even though he's
Like
so
you're
awful.
like you're the Averys. Yeah, you know, you got them Jews there. Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Mello's the meme of the dude riding the bike and puts a stick in the wheel. Yeah, that's me. Record scratch. Yep, that's me. I'm sure you're wondering how we got here. Well, it all starts at the beginning. The rewind.
Oh, yeah. And Candace will make another show about that like 9 years later.
Now what about Attila
okay.
Hunt? No, not taking the bait. Not taking the bait.
She did like something about making a murderer. I was like, well, this is very late. Okay, but going back to that's the clip that people say, ask him about Stolen. And I would have, in Tucker's shoes, asked you about Stolen. Now, I've seen you on another show explain it more recently. Now, I can't play the whole clip because it'll be really long, but I want to play a longer one and then allow you to provide any missing context. I
Dude,
can't remember
the Irish physiognomy is really coming out on Nick.
the name of this. Something Danny D, Johnny G, play it.
Tommy G.
Tommy G, I was
do
close.
agree you have some hilarious moments, but there was a moment from the Tucker Carlson interview I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah.
You mentioned Stalin. You're a fan of his work?
Yes.
Was that
Okay, I haven't seen this yet. I mean, what's going on with the audio? Can we do lapel mics? Can we do like, you know, condenser mics or something? Like, you know, what are we doing here? What's going on? What's going on in this set? This is giving like Gavin McGinnis, you know? Damn, I guess like just everyone's just starting a podcast nowadays. I guess everyone's just starting a podcast. Shit. Not great. Yeah, the audio quality is bad. The set looks like a porn scene. He's got bro on the casting couch. That's crazy. You fell asleep watching it? Sheesh. It's like, look, I don't want to like, you know, nitpick or whatever, but it's like, audio is pretty important for a podcast. I would say audio is probably the most important. I would say audio is way more important than the visuals. Kind of something you need to reach a certain level of quality. You don't need to drop 40 grand on an audio setup. But come on. Oh, is this in Nick's house? Okay, then pass on the set. But can we do like lapel mics at least? Can we like bring the audio setup with us? What? I don't know, dude.
serious or a joke?
That wasn't a joke. But, you know, it's like anything else. I love history and I love stories. And to me, Joseph Stalin is an extremely compelling figure. I would say more, you'd be surprised to hear this, than Hitler. Everybody pegs me as like a Hitler guy. I'll tell you, and I'm not saying this to pander, I'm not saying this, you know, because I care about what you think of me. I really don't even know that much about Hitler. I never found Hitler to be that interesting. I think that there's narratives about Hitler that are interesting.
What was that? Somebody talking?
Think of me. I really don't even know that much about Hitler. I never found Hitler to be that interesting. I think that there's narratives about Hitler.
Somebody's saying, I think if you press him now. Is that Crowder hot miking right now? Or is that in the interview? Somebody's producer is talking behind the scenes. Did you guys hear that? The hell was that?
I care about what you think of me. I really don't even know that much about Hitler. I never found Hitler to be that interesting. I think that there's narratives about Hitler that are interesting. In America,
You believe it's Tommy G's audio? I guess that would make more sense. You forgot about the hot mic? Because the quality changes twice through the interview. Okay. Well, this is where like Tommy G was like looking over at his producer a lot of the time, right? Like, that's what Nick was talking about. That's annoying, bro. Yeah, professional interview. Like, dude, just, I guess everyone just has, like, what are we doing here, man? So I think they were talking to each other about the audio quality and fucking around with settings. Yeah, dude, like, just, if you're gonna do like a mobile setup like this, yeah, two dudes off screen, just get lapel mics. Just get lapel mics, test them out. They're designed to be used in a variety of different environments. You don't have to worry too much about acoustics, or get a condenser mic. Okay, and just set it up. You know, if you have proper filters, proper noise gate, equalizer, you know, then it'll, then there's also not just like the filters, but there's also like, you know, digital programs that help strip out a lot of the background noise and help focus in on, it's all technical shit. But point is, yeah, he clearly said, should we press him? Something like that, right? If you press him now, something like that. I don't know. It's like, dude, yeah, that's kind of an L. Also, it's like, what? You know what that reminds me of a little bit? Remember when Nick and Destiny did that debate? And Destiny was just on his phone the whole fucking time getting fed answers by chat. It's like, where is the honor? Where's the sense of shame that would prevent you from doing something like that? When you go up to a debate, a one-on-one, and you're presumably in good faith, it's just you, what you've prepared, and your opponent. That's it. The idea you're going to have somebody in your ear feeding you fucking talking points, to me, is the sign of, like, you're not qualified enough. You're not smart enough. You're not good enough to just do it on your own mano-a-mano. You are inferior. And that's like a nonverbal way of confirming that. Like, and you're a fucking pussy. Straight up. So if your intention was to have a debate, which maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but certainly in the case of like Destiny, and you have to rely on your chat because you're a fucking idiot, you don't know anything, and you're wrong, or it's like you don't understand, like you don't have the character or the understanding of like what a debate, like what it ought to be, this honest engage, like discussion between two people. It's like, it's a representation of you and what you know. And it's just like such a poor reflection on your character. And it really does make you look like a simpleton if you do that. It makes you look like a rube. Makes you look like just like totally dishonest, unconfident, and shameless, ultimately. Let's ask ChatGPT, and yeah, real. It's just like, yeah. I'm gonna disprove you. ChatGPT, Grok, hey Grok, prove this guy wrong for me. Like, so it's so fucking lazy. That's another. It's so lazy. Like, you're not even doing the work to like come up with your own like, you're not even doing, like, you're literally outsourcing the thinking yourself to somebody else. The thinking, the research, like, dude, I hate that. That is a sign of somebody that's a fucking idiot that doesn't know what they're talking about. At Grok, hey, at Grok, is this true? Is this true, Grok? Is this true? Grok spits out, you know, while there might be many accusations, the claim itself is problematic. The claim itself could be seen as xenophobic or racist. And that has been widely regarded as immoral. Grok says you're wrong because because people say that's bad. It's just like, fuck, dude. Man, it hurts. It hurts. It actually hurts. So that's how you know, like, most people are like unimpressive and not very smart and lazy. And just because you have a podcast or a platform doesn't mean all of a sudden you're some intellect. You know? I know that's like kind of trite now. Everybody's Haktua has a fucking podcast, right? But it's like the phoniness. It's like people present themselves as like someone to be taken seriously. And it reminds me of like Patrick Bet-David's thinking room. I'm like, dude, that is like the perfect that's like the perfect visualization of exactly what I'm talking about. The uninitiated, let's look at Patrick Bet-David's thinking room. And how fucking stupid that shit is. Or I don't even want to say it. Dude. I don't even necessarily want to call it like, it's just like so, it's like such a goober. It's just like such a like non-serious goober thing to do. Here's my thinking room. And here's my, can I find where's the clip? Like, here's the painting he has. This guy added something to it. Where's the fucking clip? Dude, how have search engines just gotten worse? Is this like, I want the original clip though. Is this it? Is this the original clip? I think it's just another. Dude, I like, seriously. All this AI, and it's still retarded. I think Keith Woods posted about it, or he reposted it. Yeah, here it is.
You got this painting that I worked on and commissioned Brent Hill. You see me in here in the blue. Then we have Senna, Ayrton Senna. Then there's Tupac, the Shah of Iran, Lincoln, Kennedy, Einstein. Bunch of different hidden messages in there. MLK, empty chair. And they're debating two books, Atlas Shrugged and Communist Manifesto. This is my thinking room. If I want to think, I come here, I close up, and I start thinking. This piece was made by Bill Mack. It is called The Thinker. And then here, you got this painting that I worked.
It's The Thinker. Yes. What the fuck? Bro, what is bro talking about, man? This is what stupid people think is compelling. He's got fucking Tupac Shakur next to Abraham. Who else should we throw in there? Let's put Danny DeVito in there too. What the hell is this shit, man? Like, oh yeah, and communist man, they're debating Tupac. Bro. I think Cenk Uygur would be a good contribution to that room. I think he's a thinker. Einstein, let's think of smart people. Einstein's smart. He did a lot of thinking. Let's get a sculpture of Einstein and call it The Thinker. Bro. All of this time and energy spent into the action of thinking, just like the idea of thinking instead of actually thinking. You think smart thinkers think about like the appearance or the presentation of thinking and looking sophisticated, or they just think? You know, this is like, this is giving you know, try hard. This is giving facade. This is giving, I'm not actually very smart, but I want to appear like I'm a thinker. I'm inspired by these great thinkers. Let's just throw in fucking MLK next to Abraham Lincoln. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Of course, we can't forget. Of course, the self-insert. How could I forget that part? The self-insert. He puts himself with Tupac Shakur. Dude. In what world, dude? In what world would Tupac Shakur be? Just fundamentally doesn't understand. That's like, anyway. You either get it or you don't. You either get it or you don't.
If you talk a certain way about certain issues, they say you're a Nazi, you're Hitler. So it's interesting in that way. But for me, Stalin is the far more compelling figure. And I say that because, you know, while everybody focuses on Hitler, Stalin is a person who takes Russia, which is the most backwards country in Europe at the beginning of the 20th century, serfs and peasants and
bro, this is like unwatchable, man. This is like actually pissing me off so much how bad the fucking audio is. Like, dude, it's so like how could you even release this? Put a filter on, like throw this through a program to like isolate the voices. Like, seriously. Like, how could you put this out into the world?
You know, just all around immiseration and poverty. He takes a country like this, and by the time he dies, it's a nuclear empire. It's a global superpower. It's like the most unbelievable story.
And fix the focus on the camera. I told you, you fell asleep watching this.
History of mankind. And so I don't think he's a good person. He's an evil person. He's one of the villains of history. But in terms of his effects, he's an effective ruler, and I think that's interesting.
Like, what is controversial about that, dude? There's nothing controversial. It's like, duh, like, yeah. Hello? How, like, the fact that, like, all these boomer retards have a problem with that, it's just like, dude, every time I think people are cooked, they surpass my expectations, man. Mellow with this sci-fi headphones. Yeah, it's like I'm practically in the room with them, except like I'm being waterboarded at the same time. I'm being, like, my ears are being waterboarded. Like, it's the equivalent of that. Bro. Like, as somebody that's, like, tinkered with audio, obviously, right? Obviously. Like, bro, watch a, like, 20-minute YouTube video, please, on how to set up your podcast audio, for real. Do a test run before you press the record. It's what every production does that. Testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. How the levels? You'd go loud, test the peak, dial in the compressor settings so you don't blast out people's eardrums, and then you test how quiet you can get, right? To see, like, to get your noise gate, your noise floor. It's not rocket science, man. And if you do this for a living, if you have a successful podcast enough to get Nick on, I would hope that you would have that dialed in. It's just incompetence. It's goober shit. You are a goober.
Okay. Now that clip goes on, we'll make the link available. I don't want to do an interview where everyone's watching you watch you. But
okay, that's actually a good one. Yeah, like, look, that's like the what else could he really add to that? It's like, it's come on, man. Like, that clip, all the context you need, it's right there. It's crazy. People are still like, I don't know.
So with that, and I was asked about this on Piers Morgan, and I, again, asked to condemn, Stalin. I said, look, I don't know. He could have meant. And by the way,
at least he tried. Yeah, what is this? A fucking, like, didn't like Nick get like a Make-A-Wish call? Hey Nick, help this retard's podcast get off the ground or whatever. He's trying. Come on, he's trying. Give him. You gotta give him a lot of credit. He was able to record it. Hey, that's pretty good. That's what they had 2 camera angles. One of them was out of focus, but hey, 2 is one more than most people, right? Dude. Mel's painting of himself in his room with big headphones as well. Dude, every day you guys complain about the headphones, they're getting bigger, okay? Every day you guys mention the headphones, I'm sizing them up. At some point, I will exist inside of the headphones. There'll be no head part of the headphones, they'll just be phones. Body phones. I'll just snuggle up in there, like a couch. I'll just be resting between the 2 of them. Sorry, I can't hear you. I'm too busy listening to pristine audio. I'm too busy listening to Christina Aguilera's Christmas album, okay? I can't hear you over the music. What was that? Can't hear the haters out there. I'm too busy listening to the shitty podcast audio through my expensive audio setup. I guess I'm the loser here, right? Here I am suffering through this. Tommy G, not a care in the world. Audio, what audio? He doesn't listen to his own shit. It's not his problem. He doesn't have to complain about the audio. He's like, that's your guys' problem. Yeah, you have to deal with the bad audio, not me. Okay, fine, fair. Guess he got me there. That's the audience's problem, not the interviewers. You just gotta take a walk in the woods with the joint to clear your head, man. Yeah, you just gotta drop a little ayahuasca. Have you tried DMT, by the way? Have you tried DMT? Man, it just really just opens your mind, man. It just try this. Maybe smoke a little ayahuasca. Smoke a little ayahuasca. It'll change you, man. Hey, maybe the apes ate mushrooms. Oh fuck, dude. He has Dumbo ears. They're the only headphones that fit. Can you imagine, man? Okay, my ears are very normal. Thank you. Gotta do the Tommy G on stream. What is the Tommy G? Gotta do the Tommy G. You drink ayahuasca. Yeah, shows how much I know about all that shit. I know that's the Kumquat. I know that's the dude's name, but what is doing the Tommy G on stream? I know. Do the interview? What? You've never seen Mellows. You see my ears. Do the Tommy G interview on stream. Oh. You mean watch it on stream? I don't know, man. That'll just piss me off. I won't even be focused on the content. I won't even focus on what they're talking about. I'll just be complaining about the audio. He turns off the camera when he leaves. Yeah, I do. So people know I'm gone, you know? Watching is doing something. Okay, but there's ambiguity there. When you say do it, like, how do I can interpret that as me going on Tommy G's interview and then streaming it at the same time. So you got to be specific. Watching is an action to be done. You know, so is karate chopping you in the fucking throat, Kumquat. That's also an action to be done. Because that's what's going to happen to you. Straight to the fucking jugular. On sight. No one on Tommy G cares about Mellow TTV. Once again, Kumquat, if your goal was to hurt me, congratulations. You've hurt me deeply. Congratulations.
I don't know if you have a cold. I have a halls in my throat right now. I notice everyone's a little bit sniffly. I said he could have been saying he's fascinated. Like, for example, I've been going down a rabbit hole of Stalin versus Trotsky, like how much they hated each other, which would seem odd to us because they're very similar. The spoiler alert, it's 2 assholes fighting. That's pretty much all it is. And I would be curious to ask him about that. So when people say disavow without having the full context, I think that's wrong. Now, that said, my question to you would be, I know that you have said we need a Catholic theocracy or a Christian theocracy. I've heard the word dictatorship, correct me if I'm wrong. So I would ask you, since the end point seems much more similar to where Stalin reached, just swap atheism, for Catholicism or Christianity. Would you be able to name, or is there any one thing that you think America, like concretely, should copy about Stalin's rule or methods to get there?
Not his methods, because, like I said, he's an evil person, or a murderer, and genocidal. Arguably, with the famine, I mean, I think it's pretty clearly intentional that they were trying to kill all those people there.
All those
and so, I
kulaks.
want to make that clear. Sometimes I feel like it's almost childish, and I'm not saying that about this interview, but just in general, when people say, "Wait, but he was a bad guy," it's like, I know he's a bad guy. Like, I know he was evil. And I suppose the thing that I find maybe more compelling about Stalin as a ruler is the way that he industrialized the country. I'm very interested in this because that is...
I feel like, dude. All right, I don't know. We've talked about this many times now, and to me, it's almost like it cannot be clearer. It cannot be clearer what anyone, my interest, Nick's interest, anyone's interests in Stalin, who's not like weird about it. I think it's very clear what their interest would be. Why anyone would look at Stalin with any kind of admiration, nuanced or otherwise. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. I feel like this has just been explained to death at this point. Speaking of which, I saw there's some new drama on Twitter unfolding. Candace is ducking Turning Point USA. Let's just react to this real quick.
They could to stop Charlie's rise, breaking bread with them.
But let's start with the full thread. So, Candace Owens, after speculating about the Charlie Kirk assassination, laying blame at everyone from Keep USA to Bridget Macron's penis for the assassination. Now they want to have her on, but she is claiming a scheduling issue. So let's just investigate. So Blake Neff, producer of the Charlie Kirk Show, said, the live stream we announced on the show Wednesday has been set. At 4 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. local time on Monday, December 15th, a collection of Charlie's friends will respond to statements made by real Candace Owens to set the record straight once and for all prior to the opening of America Fest. We'll be live streaming from Charlie's Phoenix studio. Our offer from yesterday holds. If Candace wishes to join us in person in Phoenix, she is welcome to do so. She can let us know by the end of today. So clearly, this is like right prior to AmFest. So it's already a set date for a set show, an event. Okay, kind of a big deal. So Candace Owens responds, kind of weird how you didn't email or call me to ask about times or availability and choose to instead tweet this confirmation out at midnight. Why am I learning about this on X? December 15th does not work in person, and 2 p.m. Pacific time is also literal time I do my podcast live every day, which you knew. But we will happily cancel the daily you're doing so much. We'll happily cancel the daily podcast and we'll join you guys virtually instead for the live stream on the 15th if that works on your end. Let's lock it in? ? So passive aggressive. It's like, hey bitch. I think this is kind of a big deal. I think it's one of those things you can afford to be flexible on. So you're the one flinging all this shit. They say, okay, well, let's do it right here and now. Which, she said, you name the time and date. You name the place. She called them out. They're saying, okay, well, we'll do it now. All of a sudden, it's a big problem because, unsurprisingly, she has a daily show that she does every fucking day, and that's a big problem for her. It's on the 15th, so she has, even if she was notified of this today, it's like, is it that hard for you to, book a flight in a hotel? To figure that out? It's clearly this is a big development in your ongoing saga your story that you've been pushing, that you've been reporting on. Is this not the natural evolution of that? But now to pretend it's such an imposition, it's such, you're You're really like being difficult to work with here, dude. Why is this a fucking thing? Why is this a big deal even? Just go on the fucking show, you stupid bitch. And then, of course, Nick calls her out. You were invited to TPUSA HQ to press their leadership live and in person about their role in Charlie Kirk's murder. But you can't go because of a scheduling conflict, LOL. Isn't this what you've been pushing for since September? Time to put up or shut up. Very real, King. So true, King. And then she responds, you spent over a year attacking me on your show. Which is true, because you deserve to be attacked, because you're fucking wrong and stupid. And a liar. Okay? I finally said, okay, come on my show tomorrow. You responded and said Wednesday worked better for your schedule. Stop being a fraud. It's your show. It's your show. You're still doing the show. So working through like what works best for you, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to like work through scheduling conflicts. Otherwise, it makes you a hypocrite. I'm sure if Candace put her foot down and said, nah, it has to be on this day, it probably would have happened on that day. I mean, this is just ridiculous. If I had instead publicly tweeted Nick refused to debate, I would have been disingenuous. But that's clearly not what she's trying to do here. She's trying to paint them as bad faith actors. And then Nick responds, you said TPUSA could pick the time and place. They did, which here's the clip. You've been milking your investigation for 3 months. Now is your opportunity to blow the lid on everything, and you're going to no-show? What could possibly be the excuse you owe it to your fans?
And refuse everything they could to stop Charlie's rise, breaking bread with them, and refusing to have a conversation with me, and you know that I cared about Charlie. Have you no shame? We're going to find out. You can pick the place. You can pick the time. I say we do it tomorrow. We don't need to plan for this. We don't need lawyers in between us, lawyer statements.
Don't need to plan for it.
Okay?
It's not how she rolls. She doesn't have scheduling conflicts. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. They call her bluff on that. Not even like it was a big bluff. It's like, it's fucking 11 days out from the 15th, okay? It's not like they're dropping this on her for like a show 3 p.m. tomorrow or 8 a.m. tomorrow. I think this is ample notice.
Any of that. I want it to be authentic. Like I said,
authentic.
We can raise money live for this conversation. That is how badly the world is demanding it. So I accept it with whistles.
The world demands it. She's just she's just a servant of the people. She's just a servant of the people, dude.
Bells, everything. I fully accept. I say let everything.
Dude. Total blitzkrieg. True. Yes. Everyone cook her. She sucks. Candace Owens is stupid and dishonest and a bitch. I am so fucking sick of these people, man. I'm telling you, I'm so sick of these people. I'm so sick of these games. Ah, damn it, I just dropped my little... Fuck it. I am so sick of this, like, petty drama. And these people are the same people saying, we should be united. Yeah, okay, except these people are, like, bricked in the head. There's something wrong with these people, man, I'm telling you. Crazy Candace. People glorify gangster mobsters too, what's the difference? Yeah, I think you're allowed to say, like, Al Capone was pretty cool. Al Capone was pretty cool. John Dillinger, kind of neat. You're bricked in your day. Thanks for the live updates. Bridget Macron and her chocolatiers will know exactly where Candace will be. Yeah, she's so important. They're like, dude. I wonder what she'll believe in next. Thank you, Kumquat, for the live updates. I appreciate that. How do I unsubscribe? How do I unsubscribe from cock updates? Do I have to type in stop? Did I unsubscribe now? You can't? Oh, that's great. That's great. Tony Montana, you won't meow for anyone? What? Okay, whatever.
Accept.
Dude, it's just like these people suck, man. America deserves better influencers than this. America deserves smarter, more articulate, more honest people than this. Seriously. Yeah, and dude, and it's just like, yeah, replatforming Milo is crazy, and I gotta, what the fuck is Myron doing, man? Why did Myron have Milo on his show last night? You guys see that? Yeah, that's my new theme song. Oh, great. Yeah, step aside, emotion engine. Step aside. But you guys saw that, right? Myron had on Milo yesterday. That's he's got some fucking explaining to do, man. Between him and his Gary the Numbers Guy manager. Look, man. That shit's not cool. Yeah, Myron. He deleted the post actually, but we can go look at the VOD. Like, literally. Like, what is this attempt to rehabilitate Milo and his career? Oh, it's probably on Fresh and Fit. Right, it's probably on Fresh and Fit. Was it on YouTube? I doubt it. I think it's Fresh and Fit. Just separate channel. Probably not on YouTube. Of course. Follow him on Rumble. Yeah. Like, dude. The hell's wrong with Rumble? Hello? There we go. Hello?
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, there we go. Dude, dog shit website.
No, I mean,
So, like,
I'm
what-
sorry. I've lived in Miami.
What are they doing?
Say this. I'm 19. I'm 19. I'm 19. I don't mean shit.
Also, side note, you. What the fuck is that?
Stop it.
Usually means like 100.
Yeah, right. This goes 15.
What's going on? I can't stand listening to Milo. His eyes are crazy though. He gives you AIDS. Probably has AIDS from all the fucking gay sex he's had in his life. But like, dude, for real. Like, that's not fucking cool, man. This is not cool. What's going on here? The same thing with like employing Gary the Numbers Guy. Like, that guy's a freak. That guy's weird. That guy's taken has attacked Nick, gone after his family too. Time to like actually like it's we need like it's time to cash on the loyalty checks here. It's time to start cashing on these loyalty checks, man. Like, it's like, look, it's one thing if two people get into a beef, like a public beef or whatever, and you have them on. This person literally fucking doxed and paid people to go harass Nick. And is also a federal informant and a pedophile. So, yeah, like, frankly, man, somebody like this needs to be gatekept. He needs to be kept as far away from whatever Myron's trying to do, certainly America first, as far as humanly possible. Nick ought to be the new gatekeeper. I mean, he is. And, like, somebody like Milo, just, like, dude, fuck that guy. Who's Gary? It's better if you don't even know. Anyway. Dude. Like, bro. I like how people just fucking shit on Fresh. People just shit on Fresh all the fucking time, bro. 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 I love how, like, Fresh just, bro, people have been saying this for years. Bro, people have been, like, dunking on Fresh for, dude, all the comments are just shitting on. Low IQ shit, Nick for president, true. W. Did he get a perm? Oh, I don't know. Ephebophilia? I don't, what is that? I don't know what that is. Anyway. So that just, like, Myron's got some fucking explaining to do, man. That's really kind of sus, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, you already knew you were getting it.
Oh my god.
GT3.
Dude, people like Steve will do it, even if this is a bit. Guys like Steve will do it, are your enemy. So he's gifting this OnlyFans thought, I guess, report 500,000 worth of items. Is this rage bait? Even if it isn't, dude, people like this are your enemy. They are fueling the hoflation that we all have to suffer through. Yeah, Myron got the call. Sounds like it. Finals.
The biggest red flag, okay, this is a very oddly specific question that I ask guys on first dates. I always ask them if they think that they would want to go to space. And if they say yes, I don't date them. I just think if you want to go to space, you're a little too full of yourself, because I think it's just weird.
All right. That's just like, dude, whatever.
It's among the other things that I talk about.
Oh, that's what that is? Ephebophilia 15 and 18? What are you asking exactly? What's the question mark? I don't want to see a hoe get my dream car. Is that your dream car? Was that a Porsche 911? Is that what that was? Yeah, it was. That's your dream car?
Well, you already knew you were getting it.
Oh my god.
GT3 RS.
Dude, Porsche 911s have a reputation for being cars for women. I'm not a big car guy, but yeah, how does it feel, bro? Like, Smelly, you're out there fucking doing all the welding shit. Corinna Koff just, like, shows her tits to a bunch of guys and gets your dream car. Like, how does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? You feel good about that? You're out there fucking on the grind, working hard, and she just like shows her tits to like a bunch of Indian men on the internet, and some millionaire YouTuber content creator gives her your dream car as well as a Rolex. How do you feel about that? Feels like I was nerfed at birth. Yeah. Oh boy. Hey, that's just how it is.
A very important problem in the country is that we're deindustrialized.
Yeah.
And what Stalin did, and I said that in that clip and in other clips too,
20 years.
he takes a country that has no industry. And he literally, and with brutal, evil methods that I would not, I don't replicate, I don't support that. But he does take the country and drag it into the 21st century. And he does that by bringing in heavy industry. The 5-year plans, the collectivization of the farms, it was about prioritizing heavy industry so that they could eventually build ships and planes and tanks and, you know, the things that they needed to fight the war. So,
but it was about seizing industry. And it was about doing it by force. I mean, you know, secret police, the party purges, the show trials. So if you say the industrialization of the country, how do you separate that from, I mean, the only methods were largely evil, or certainly his calling card methods, right? That's where people would say, okay, if you point to him as an example, is there anything worthy of emulating other than, because you could point to other countries that have industrialized, including the United States.
Well, I don't think that is necessary. I think because it starts with the idea that a country, an empire, needs industry. You need to be able to make things. We don't make things. We don't even make the machines that make things anymore. China makes all the things. And so starting from the idea where Stalin says in the 20s, he says, we're either going to do in 15 years what it would normally take us 100 years to do, or we're going to die. Our country will not exist anymore because we are encircled. And I feel like America's in sort of a similar position where we need to race ahead of China or else we are going to be destroyed. We need industry back in the country. And I don't believe in taking grain to feed the factory workers and enslaving people in gulags. But I do think the government needs to set. It's sort of like when JFK said, we're going to go to the moon in 10 years. I like the idea, this ambitious idea of we're going to catch up in 10 years. We're just going to go out there and do it. We're just going to build it. And I don't support, you know, killing people. I don't think you need to kill people to achieve that. But I like the idea of urgency, setting targets, having a national strategy, and, you know, and doing it for the sake of power projection.
Well, and I agree, by the way, industrialization, right, is good. We went through that in America quite a bit before Russia. The reason they had to play catch up is because it was an awful place and they had to do it by force. So my question is, am I mischaracterizing, and everything that I ask is genuine here because I'm trying to see where we disagree. Because I think Stalin is a fascinating historical character. You're talking to a guy, we did the great Diktoff, where we did brackets for 3 days of Hitler, Stalin, Pol Pot, Mao. Funniest one was Papa Doc in Haiti because he sucked. Pinochet, who wasn't all wrong. And we were very clear about this. And I think Mao ended up winning. Might have been Pol Pot, though the number wasn't as high, but he was just really dumb and really brutal, which is a bad combination. How could you get, if we're talking about now, to Stalin's industrial results without Stalin's methods? If you want to get to a Catholic, first off, have you said Catholic theocracy? Is that, am I misquoting?
I might have said it, but I don't believe in a Catholic theocracy. I think that the government should be Christian, but not a theocracy.
Okay. Not a dictatorship either?
We might need a very powerful executive for a short amount of time. I think that's maybe unavoidable.
I don't think this is like the worst line of questioning. But it just shows like how Crowder and a lot of people in that, you know, category, like his audience, how they think. And it's always from a perspective of ideology, being an ideologue. And I've talked about this before, but it's like we need to solve problems in an ethical manner. And the exact system or ideology that we subscribe to is kind of tertiary. we need to think about cause and effect, the intended consequences as well as the unintended consequences, and as well as what are we trying to achieve. And that should be the primary way we approach problem solving, not so much like, well, I don't agree with the dictator. It's like, well, you don't even know what that would look like per se. You don't even know, like, there's all these preconceived ideas about what that would be. And it's all strictly hypothetical. You talk, like, I'm not a LARPer. I don't think like a Catholic theocracy would work. I'm not opposed to it, obviously, fundamentally. But I'm not going to go out and say that this is the solution to fix our problems. I think that's unrealistic, and I think that that's not the right solution for our problems per se. For certainly not the right application for the population. I think you'd struggle to implement that. Just wait till it keeps bringing up Rokana. It gets annoying. People are different. Adolf reindustrializing Germany is easier because of Germans. Same with the U.S. Americans have the natural skill to industrialize. Stalin had peasants. Yeah, it's a completely different population. It's a different time. Similar but different problems. Different culture, set of beliefs. You're dealing with different human capital. So, like, a lot of LARPers think that the solution is National Socialism. It's like National Socialism was finally tailored for the German people in the 1920s and 30s. A lot of time has passed since then, a lot of history, and there are different problems, and we're dealing with different people. So this idea that we're just going to, like, copy and paste verbatim a strategy that from a totally different place, a totally different time, it's just, that line of thinking is really flawed, and it's backwards, really. You need to address the problems, and then it's like you need to think of the lens of which you're going to try to solve the problems. We need to reindustrialize. Okay, well, there's many ways to do that, but we want to do it in a way that doesn't cause a lot of harm. Certainly not intentional harm. We don't want, sort of seizing all the private assets. We don't want to throw, I don't think you even need to. I don't think you have to throw people into gulags. I think there is a willingness to reindustrialize in America. Again, there's a different sentiment, different human capital. We want to make things more affordable. Okay, like, we can do that by, incentivizing more production, or we can do that by, just two examples, or we can do that by implementing, like, price ceilings, artificially cap the price of stuff. What are the consequences of that? You're going to experience dead weight loss. That will hurt the economy. That will hurt the potential of the economy. That's unavoidable. Now, maybe you think that's like an okay thing. That it all depends on specifically what you're talking about. You have to investigate, So in other words, like, there's a lot of ways to do things, and there are always consequences for everything you do. But to think so rigidly that we can't do certain things simply because, I think you might find that the circumstances might necessitate certain solutions you might otherwise have disregarded. Whether that's a super powerful executive or a dictator, where's the line exactly? I don't know. But I can tell you this much, we'd probably implement solutions far quicker and cleaner with a dictator. And I know that for a lot of people that goes against the spirit of America and the way we do things here, no kings and all that. But it's like, let's prioritize things here. We need to restore order to this country. There's a lot of things that need to get done. And while we wait for the bureaucracy, while we wait for the republic, the democracy to try to figure things out on its own, things continue to get worse. And so, can you really expect the solution to solve itself? It's like some people think, for example, particularly in the left, that the problem with our country is that, like, not enough people vote. And it's like, really? Like, you think if more people voted, then, like, things would be better? How? Based on what exactly? And whom? Like, do you think it's a good idea if people with 70 IQ, like the lowest IQ bracket in the country, do you think it's a good idea that they vote? That they would even be able to understand the consequences of their vote? That they have the capacity to even be informed on anything? But I digress. Ethical capitalism. That is how a lot of companies in Japan operate, providing long-term stable jobs over profits. Well, remember, Japan is also like 90+% Japanese, and they have a stronger sense of culture and belonging. They're much more culturally conservative in that sense, so they do have this sort of subconscious obligation to their people. So it's a different population. Yeah, 99, isn't it not really 99? Even better. And so you can't necessarily expect people in positions of power and authority in America who don't have that same ethnic cohesion to behave similarly. And they're also probably not Japanese. So we need to think of a different strategy. Like, yeah, frankly, 1 to 2 foreigners, and like the increasing foreign population in Japan is pissing a lot of Japanese off, especially like the Kurds and like the Indians. Like there's a rising national sentiment in Japan. What becomes of that, it's hard to say. Like, obviously America would never allow them to like fully become nationalist again. But we'll see what happens. They survived Godzilla, they did. Like, they got firebombed and nuked twice. And they rebuilt their country in just a few decades and became a real threat. Like, back in like the 70s, people were afraid of, in the way that people like are afraid of China's rise, they're afraid of Japan's rise. But they were beaten to the punch. A lot of the American technocrats, they outsourced manufacturing to China. And China leveraged that to industrialize their country and to nationalize it. And now look at China. So, and now they're trying to pump the brakes on that, but it's a done deal. So and China was always going to rise. It was always going to be a superpower. It was really an anomaly that they weren't for that 200-year period of time. But it was definitely, the West definitely helped them along the way. All of these technocrats that embedded themselves with the Chinese government, a lot of the funny people, but primarily through outsourcing manufacturing opportunities. So you got to make stuff. You have to have productivity, and it's better if those things are essential. Like if you're dealing with like steel or like, energy resources that you need. And for things like building cars, it's very easy to pivot to building military hardware. And that's how you exert power. That's how you maintain power, by having force and the threat of force. So anyway, we rebuilt our country. Well, I think frankly most of the credit goes to the Japanese. The Mongols will raid China again. Imagine.
Okay.
But not an ideological totalitarian state, no.
So how do you get to that in the industrialization that you talk about with Stalin? How do you get it? How do you get there?
I think that you need tariffs. I think you need subsidies. I think you need a massive public works program, something like the New Deal. And I know you're probably not a fan of that because I know you're a huge free market guy, but I think that one of the things the free market doesn't do well is it doesn't allocate resources efficiently on like a long-term timeline. You know, in a long-term timeline, America needs to have a ton of industry to be able to support its Navy, to be able to protect supply chain.
Look, I've talked about this a lot, but it's like, yeah, some things cannot be done by the free or private market. I think I said this last year. Like, good luck getting like a company to take on the risk and procure the investment for like a nuclear aircraft carrier. Not going to happen.
And trade routes. And
so the idea of having like a dictator that can just like snap their fingers, sign a bill, find me the money to make this shit, print it if you have to. Like you can just do stuff really quickly, and there's a lot of value in that. There are obvious consequences, but sometimes those consequences are worth it. Or rather, the benefits are worth enduring the negative consequences. Need big business tycoons that aren't 100% self-serving. I'll ahead and move forward. That's why we need America First billionaires, you know, that love the country and have, you know, that are morally upstanding individuals.
The free market has not been able to accomplish that. So I think that the government needs to intervene in this case and basically say, like, we're not going to import these manufactured goods from China. We have to make them ourselves. We need to subsidize them. And maybe we bring people on, you know, onto the dole of the state in a public works program to accomplish some of these things. So I believe in an intervention from the state to do that.
Well, okay. So I understand, by the way, tariffs, I understand. And especially when you look at the revenue they'll be generating, I don't think that's an infringement of the free markets. I think it's a correction of an unfair market, of a market where we've been fleeced. So I think we agree on that. Subsidies are massive public works. I mean, we have a debt. Is it 39 trillion? I haven't looked at the clock recently. So I certainly wouldn't say that we haven't been subsidizing things. We absolutely have, and we can't afford it. And the old joke, right, in Russia is they pay us to look like we're working, and you know we look like we're working. Like they look like they're paying us. We look like we're working. We've done this here in the States. I mean, if you go back to FDR, and maybe you're a fan of FDR's approach. Certainly Barack Obama, the biggest modern spending package. I was around for that. Shovel-ready jobs was awful. And same thing for Russia. I mean, if you throw enough bodies and human suffering at something, you can get something done. But even then, it was still significantly behind the world that was more free, the United States. So where have we not done it? Because I look at it and I go, well, we have been subsidizing almost everything. I agree with you on China.
The problem is not really like the subsidies themselves. Well, let's just hear what Nick has to say.
I agree with you on tariffs. I think that's a huge threat. What would that look like?
Well, I don't think we've been subsidizing industry. I'm not saying just like subsidies across the board. I mean, we need to actually subsidize and prioritize the industries that we need in the country. So like, for example, the CHIPS Act, I think that was a great thing. I don't think it was enough, and I don't think it was comprehensive. But I want more things like that. Like, there's no reason why, you know, they're doing it in Arizona. They're bringing TSMC over to Arizona. They're building a chip fabrication facility. We need that. And I think the government should give tax breaks or just straight up give subsidies to the companies that are going to do that. And I think that we need aggressive trade negotiations. I guess maybe where we differ ideologically is that I want a very smart government. I liked what Doge did. I like the idea of bringing people from the private sector into the government. And even Trump said that.
And it matters what you subsidize, how, and look, ideally you would, you know, this is kind of like, you know, basic, but you would sort of leverage the competition in order to get the best possible outcome for your subsidy. So, hey, I'm trying to open up a chips plant here. Let's get all of the chip manufacturers to compete for this proposal. I know this is really basic stuff. Part of the problem is, well, look, and there's a lot of problems with all of this, but you have a lot of cronies, a lot of ulterior motives, a lot of people helping out their buddies in private industry. I think, frankly, that's probably a big reason. Here's an example of why, like, Sig Sauer won so many of these government contracts. It's not because they were making a superior rifle. In fact, like, their pistols are going off on their own. I think there was actually quite a bit of corruption involved, and even like the Sig Spear, not really a smart investment. Not really like what the military needs. We don't need this new fighting rifle that is a larger battle rifle caliber. Like, there's a reason we went from larger calibers to smaller ones, because you can carry more ammo. And like, part of the impetus behind this program was they wanted longer engagement ranges and the ability to defeat armor. Okay, well, 5.56 is good enough, and velocity beats armor more so than the size of your round. So just increase the velocity of 5.56. You know, maybe that means you have to reinforce parts of your rifle, your upper receiver, your bolt carrier group. You know, maybe you take some of the lessons with their dual material shell or casing that they developed for the 6.8 round. Put that at a 5.56 to run hotter propellant. Bada bing, bada boom. You don't need this whole new fucking caliber. Like, we have this whole enormous logistic chain for 5.56. We've been using it for decades, since Vietnam. Now we want to change it up. Do you have any idea how expensive that is? And what that results in? Like, troops are going to carry 40% less ammo. You run out of like 60% of your ammo within 5 minutes of getting into a firefight. And if we're learning anything from Ukraine, it's like, you know, a lot of these engagements are actually in close quarters. Anything at like longer ranges, you're probably going to use drones. Like, drones are the future, certainly as like in part of infantry warfare. So like, you know, the Department of War is just so fucking behind, and the doctrine is just not. It's not good doctrine, because you're gonna have troops that carry less ammo. We're swapping out critical parts of the supply chain of the logistics to something that is we haven't scaled up. So it's dumb. So we've invested all of this money into something that's really not going to do anything for our troops. And that's where like a government subsidy goes wrong. And it's unnecessary. It's bloat. You could call it crony capitalism. And that's where like there's a big problem. But if we wanted to improve the platform, let's try to improve it. Like, if the problem is, you know, we need further engagement ranges, we need, you know, I don't know, the ability to defeat armor. We have armor piercing 5.56. Maybe we switch to longer barrels. Maybe we run hotter ammo. But you don't need to completely rebuild all of these components. And I mean, like, it's just think about that for 2 seconds, man. Ammo's fucking expensive. These parts are expensive. And if we are serious about fighting China, like, are we going to field all of these? Like it's so much easier if you can consolidate all these different components to your, you know, for your military. If you don't have to deal with a dozen different caliber types. If you have a lot more versatile components, it's cheaper. It's simpler. So, and it's quicker too. So you see stuff like this, and that's just like one example, and you see how problematic it is. And so the idea of a subsidy is not the problem, because you would likely need a subsidy to protect from much of the risk. Like, would it have been likely that we developed this new cool cartridge, and it's a cool cartridge, but the dual material, it's brass and has a steel backing so it can handle the higher pressure. That's a cool idea. You know, it's going to take a bit of time to scale up the development of that. But in theory, you could run hotter 5.56 ammo. If you take that tech, put it in a different caliber, right, and then scale up production of that so we can run hotter munitions. So if we need to, you know, get the benefits of the higher muzzle velocity, you can accomplish that, but you don't need to get a whole new fucking rifle. But it's already a done deal at this point. Their subsidies are always just to funnel taxpayer money to their friends. Yeah, that's a big part of the problem. And so once again, it's like, surprise, surprise, we end up with you know, we go back to like first principles thinking, like it's kind of a people problem. It's who's running the show, how are they running it, what are these decisions they're making. It's not like a necessarily like a matter of like ideology, well, a matter of like principles on like how they do some of these things, like what tactics they're employing. Like it's not subsidies are not the problem in and of themselves, you know. Who's making these decisions? That's, if you just go back to first principles, it's like if we had Henry Ford running things, it'd probably be better. You know what I mean? Anyway. Most of our key transformative patents come from DARPA, NASA, DOE. Crowder is stupid. Where would we be without the military-industrial complex? Where would we be without, like, the Cold War and the space race? Fiber optic cables, wireless, you know, internet, rocket technology, advancements in aerodynamics, materials tech, you know, that a lot of the stuff used on, like, you know, the Apollo program, the advancements in materials is good for computing as well. Like, you're not going to get that in the private sector. Like, the private sector will, like, they'll help make things more efficient. But, you know, the real innovation that requires a lot of risk, like, it's very difficult to get that from the private sector because it's expensive. You know, Tesla trying to, like, work on, like, dry cathode manufacturing, only a company like Tesla that has this surplus of cash could do that. Smaller companies could never. And it's such a large, complicated process. So you would have to have very smart people and a lot of time and resources to dedicate to that. And it's difficult to do that in the private sector. It's extremely difficult. Dutch company ASML is moving new production to the US. ASML makes the machines that makes the TSMC, Taiwan chip growing machines. The core patents for ASML are all from the US. Yeah. Well, that's what I want America to be. I want America to just I want America to be really as self-sufficient as possible. I really only want us to have to rely on outside materials or labor or investment. Ideally, we have more to offer the world because then we have more leverage on the world. If we make all the stuff, people want our stuff, it's like negotiations 101. Then our sanctions, our business deals carry a lot more weight. It's a form of economic power. I know this is really basic, but so. And people talk about like, oh, if we have tariffs, that'll increase the cost, you know, for the consumers. It's like, maybe in the short term, because there will be some kind of market response, but it's also not like these price points haven't already been set. Because what you'll likely see, if the price of goods go up, then you'll see manufacturing go up. Because it's now more profitable where otherwise wouldn't have been profitable to make. Now it's possible to like open up manufacturing in America where previously they couldn't compete because the price point was too low. It's basic revenue versus expenditures. If the marginal cost of making something exceeds the marginal benefit, then you shut down operations. If the inverse is true, if the marginal benefit is greater than the marginal cost, then you increase production until the marginal cost equals the marginal benefit. That's how logical firms operate. Oh, well, look, the price of, I don't know, a widget was once $10, now it's $12. The cost for us to manufacture was previously $11. So we were priced out previously, but now we can turn a $1 profit. Open up the factory, boys. We're back in business. That's the idea behind tariffs. And you have to understand, it's like the money is not going to the same place, like per se. Like these are international corporations that are beginning the best of both worlds. The idea is that we force the money to stay here. The benefits of the manufacturing stays in America, that it's not being siphoned off to these international entities that don't care about America. So yeah, I guess you could say technically there's a deadweight loss, because you're not maximizing your, I mean, this is how a free market economist would look at it. You're not maximizing your production possibilities frontier through free trade. So there are higher opportunity costs because you're imposing this artificial price point on a market. You need to also remember, like, okay, but how that money, how the fruits of the labor, how that gets distributed's not the right word, but who benefits from that changes. And it goes away from international entities more towards national entities. And that's the idea. We don't care about the total pot. We care about how much of the pot we get. And so it's a very subtle thing that like, you know, economists have tried to get like Americans to advocate against their own interests by, you know, advocating for free trade, when it's like, well, the money's not going equally across the board. Right now, the international institutions reap most of the benefit. How does that help your average American? It really doesn't. So, anyway, Guys City vibes. Oh yeah, Kung Fu. Yeah, you're gonna throw that little emote at me again. What is this, Yappersville time? Is that what you're saying? So
16 to work on trade deals, to work on, you know, for example, China steals all our intellectual property. They steal all of the developments that we have. We need people that know about technology almost in a technocratic way, like true experts, guiding our trade policy, guiding in some ways our economic policy, setting a benchmark that it's like, we need like 10% of the economy or 15 or 20% of the economy to be productive in 5 or 10 years. We need to be making ports, ships, or we need to have countries in our orbit that can do it for us, like South Korea or Japan. But we just need people that are in charge that are, you know, kind of aware of this problem. So yeah, well, I guess that's maybe the difference.
No, I don't think that's the difference. I can outline maybe the difference based on what you just said. I don't have a problem with tariffs. Sure. I know what you're talking about with the CHIPS Act. I agree. And I think a big problem is, yeah, absolutely, Chinese stealing intellectual property. That's why I think they're a huge threat. What I see...
Yes, but, you know, we're kind of allowing that to happen. You know, we can blame China all we want, but, like, who's allowing this to happen? It's like, yeah, no fucking shit they're going to take our stuff. Why wouldn't they? Shouldn't we technically also steal their shit? Who's allowing this to happen? That's kind of, you know, like, yeah, no fucking shit they're going to take our... Come on. We're going to blame China for that? Just like not but yeah, I think, I mean, I don't think Crowder disagrees with that, but yeah.
I mean, then you could point, though, to like American auto manufacturing, which has been abysmal. I mean, industries that have been heavily subsidized. I mean, if you look at insurance industries, pharmaceutical companies, if you look at energy companies, I mean, you remember also about Solyndra, you know, green energy companies.
Totally.
Every company that's been heavily subsidized and regulated tends to be less efficient and it tends to be more expensive. But we do need to protect certainly things that are, I would say that chips are a matter of national security. But my thing there is, you say you like Doge. Well, I don't know why you think I would differ. That was largely, you know, axing things. You just mentioned stuff that...
I think in an ideal world, we would... Like, tariffs would ideally do most of the heavy lifting here, where you wouldn't have to subsidize the automobile manufacturers if tariffs are doing the job. That's the idea, that you wouldn't have to, like, use tax revenue if it's not necessary. So a lot of the subsidies that have been given out, you know, they've been given out in lieu of having tariffs. So, and a lot of the companies that are getting subsidies, it's like, you know, are they really nationalist entity? Are they national entities? So, you know, we have to sort of think 2 or 3 steps ahead. You know, let's get the tariffs in. Let's try to bring manufacturing back, and we'll see if subsidies are necessary. It depends, right? If it's something that wouldn't ordinarily come about, but we need, then we probably need a subsidy. You know?
Really, for the first time, has been done under this administration. And where we differ is I go, is it perfect? No. Is it a step in the right direction compared to Biden, compared to Barack Obama? Yeah. And then I know that you've also talked about having to burn it all down. So where I differ is, you know, you've said you're reactionary, or I've heard you use the term maybe accelerationist. Well, accelerate toward what? Because if that's what you want, and I agree with you, we're getting more of that than ever before. So how would you get there? And
I don't think he's technically an accelerationist. I've heard Nick clarify his stance on that.
And why would you burn down the progress that's being made?
Well, I'm not an accelerationist. I think that I think that's sort of misguided, because if we're, and I agree with you, accelerating towards what? That's the operative question. So that's why I'm not an accelerationist. I think that to make things worse is only basically to vote in favor of chaos and death and you know, potentially civil war, low-level political violence, and I think you're rolling the dice with that. So I'm with you on that. As far as the Trump administration is concerned,
okay,
I mean,
can I pause you?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
And I don't want to interrupt, but like I said, I want to address kind of the points individually.
No, totally. Yeah.
Feel free. Okay, and hopefully you think this is fair, because I really do want to be, and I know that I disagree with you on some.
Next stream, I'm going to have a timer called Yap Time, and another with how long the actual video plays. Should I do less? Is the Yap good? Is the Yap? Do you guys like the Yap? Should I be yapping less? Is that not the point? There's a video I was watching called What It Takes to Reindustrialize America by YouTuber Alistarianism. Interesting listen. Okay. The Yap has become a staple of the stream. I guess so. Just can't help myself.
Fundamentals here, but you did say that Kamala Harris would be a better choice. And you did take billboards out against Donald Trump and told people not to vote.
Context. There's context to that statement. Like, not that Kamala would be better, like, in her totality, like, as a better statesman. I don't think anybody really believes that in the right wing. Yeah, I mean, Nick will address this.
Certain elections. That would be, and just maybe you didn't use the term accelerationist, but you said
know what
at
you
least
get when you're coming in and you don't have your snacks. That's on you. Just pulling my leg. Okay, yapping is 90% of the show. If I didn't yap, dude, I'd have no content. I'd be cooked. I would have to like do deep dives on like esoteric human history. Like, okay, we're gonna learn about the Anunnaki today. Like, you know, like I would. I guess we're watching another history documentary today. Can you imagine? If I didn't have Yap, dude, the content would take a total fucking nosedive. What would the stream even be about? What would we even be doing here if I didn't Yap? Okay, guys, we're gonna play Tarkov. Okay, I'm organizing my stash. All right, we finally got into a raid. Oh, somebody sniped me. I don't know where he sniped me from. I'm dead. Back to the lobby. Okay, I gotta organize my stash for another 10 minutes and get my loadout ready. Back in raid. Side note, it's kind of funny how Peanut made Tarkov, like, if you don't play Tarkov, I don't know. I don't even know what like watching that game is like for people that have never played it. I guess maybe thrilling, but there's a lot of downtime unless you're like really optimized and like know what you're doing to like get your kit and everything together. But like your average player is just sitting there like looking at the squares in their inventory like, how can I fit all of this stuff into this backpack to optimize space because I'm out of stash space. I need these light bulbs. I need these light bulbs for my hideout. And I've got these cans of Tushanka beef that I don't want to get rid of just yet. And I've got this Ushanka hat that I don't need right now, but in about 5 quests, I'm going to need it. How do I make this work? And that's like, Dude, that's like the experience. So the fact that Peanut can make that game like entertaining, man. And I love Tarkov. I love and hate Tarkov at the same time. But it's like, dude. That's why it's like, in an ideal world, your favorite streamer, in an ideal world, you watch their stream because of the streamer, not because of like what like the game that they're playing or whatever. That's like the best is when you find a streamer that you just enjoy their content because of them and not what they're doing per se, or like whether they're playing a game or a specific game. And I think as a streamer, that's like the best, because then you know you have a lot of freedom. You're not like chained to this one thing, this one game, or this one topic, you know? Like there's streamers out there that are like Tarkov streamers. And if I had to play Tarkov for a living, I think I would kill myself. Because that game, some days it's just like last night, it was just fucking awful. I'm on this quest where I have to run around in like this wooded area wearing blue armor and a blue helmet. It's blue, not navy. We're talking like I'm a fucking Smurf. So I'm fucking, and it's not good armor either. It's like level 3, which is really subpar out of 6. So you look at me, I'm this fucking jackass running around in the fucking woods, this little blueberry running around. I'm like easily spotted. I'm getting blasted, and the armor doesn't stop shit. Like, dude, fucking just, dude, why? And that was my life for like, I just like died 5 raids in a row because everyone can just see me because I'm blue. Why? Why is that in the game? And I'm looking like, I need to kill scavs, which are like the AI clankers, while wearing this drip. And it's like, all of a sudden, they just don't want to show up anymore. When I'm not wearing it, it's like they're spawning up under my gooch. Oh, there you are, little guy. I was looking for you. Bam! But now, like, now that I'm actually looking for them, it's like, dude, where the fuck are they? You know what I'm finding instead? I'm finding M855A1 straight to the fucking dome. Head eyes. Oh, okay. Back to the lobby. I forgot what the lobby looked like there for a second. Here I am again. Because this guy spotted me from 6 light years away because I'm fucking blue. In the fucking woods, okay? I was like so mad. I was like so fucking tilted, bro. It doesn't help. Like, okay, there's like 2 guys, like 2 of my friends I play with. One guy, super chill. I love playing games with him. It's like we're just on the same page. It's like, you know, okay, you know, we just get it, and he loots, I loot. We're watching each other's backs, and we're splitting up the loot. It's like a very cooperative effort. My other friend, he's like a fucking goblin. Okay, he sprints to the loot first. He's down there. He's looting. You know. And he's like the jealous type. He's totally the jealous type. He gets like very like kind of like resentful. So like if he dies but me and my other friend we live, that like tilts the shit out of him. But like if the opposite were true, if me and my friend died, he's the sole survivor and he comes out with all this goop, he's happy as a clam. He's got fucking candy blowing out of his ass. Oh well, yeah, we're doing all right again, guys. Oh, you got blasted there. Poor Mero. Poor Mero got blasted. And I'm like, dude, I want to fucking strangle you. And I always feel like I'm competing with, like, he's just like such a goblin. Gotta get to the loot. Oh, I left you, some glasses. I left the glasses on that guy. You can loot if you want. Oh, gee, thanks. The team effort, right? Just sucks up all the loot. And I'm always competing for, like, kills and shit. It's always like, I'm just like, I want to fucking strangle him sometimes. Just like the biggest, like, sore winner, sore loser. Like, it's like he, like, delights. When the boys are down, but he's up, it's like he's so delightful all of a sudden. Oh, it's Yappersville. Oh, wow, the game's great. But when he gets shit on, it's like, dude, fuck. Why are you doing that? It's like, first to complain, you know? It's like, okay. I want to fucking strangle him sometimes. Holy fuck. So that's Tarkov for you, man. It's the best, worst game that exists. I don't know. No other game does it like Tarkov, seriously. But man, it's just like, it brings the best and the worst out of people. I swear. I fucking swear, man. I wish you streamed that You Love Nicer, dude. He was pissing me off so much yesterday, man. Fucking, and George is just super chill. I love playing games with George. But Naisu, it's just like, and I was playing Arc Raiders with him, and he was pissing off Tyler. Like, dude, when I play with George, it's just like, dude, it's like communism utopia. Da, our loot, comrade. Ah, we share the loot. When it's like, when I play with Naisu, it's like every man for his fucking self. Because I know, like, if I dump like 20 rounds into a guy, but he lands the last bullet, he checks dog tag, he'll scoop up all the loot, leave me nothing. Leave me and George nothing, you know? I left some contacts. Oh, you left the contacts? Oh, thank you so much. Oh, you left his half-finished Salua first aid kit on him. That's worth like only 4,000. Oh, thanks. Thank you for that. Oh, man. Ugh. I just see it as us keeping the show going. Yeah. Gotta keep the show, gotta get the content going. Only Sadists will watch them play Tarkov without actually playing it. It's kind of funny though. I don't know. If you watch somebody suffering, I guess, because it's just like, and that's where I was watching, like, I was watching Peanut's interview today because he's had such a meteoric rise. Like seriously, in the span of like a month, he went from maybe like 30,000 total viewers across 3 platforms, which is a lot, to like 100,000 in like a month and a half, 2 months. Fucking insane. And he said, you know, like, nobody cares if you're good at games anymore, which is true. Like, people want to see people having fun. And a game like Tarkov is like, who cares if you got Kappa? Like, who cares if you complete all the quests, if you have a sick KD? Dude, the game's filled with like closeted cheaters anyway. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. I should probably stop taking this game so seriously and just try to, and I try to have fun. But maybe I'm just too competitive in my heart. You know? And so that's why I like Peanut streams. I know it's like not for everyone, but it's just like, it's not serious. And that's kind of like how these games should be played. If you're not competing, like, for like, if you're not playing ranked or like trying to go pro, like you're a pro player or whatever, then you should be trying to have fun. I know, hot take, right? And I know everyone wants to do well. It's easier to have fun when you're doing well. But there's like a special mindset to have fun when just things are just going terribly. And that's content. Like, that is content. Like, people will watch you just like fucking get rolled. Like that, there's a very, if you can make that fun and enjoying, like, yeah, people like to watch other people suffer. That's so real. So, you never played Tarkov, but I enjoy watching it. I feel like actually, out of all the games, Tarkov's probably has the most people like that don't want to play, but enjoy watching it. It's probably, out of all the games, Tarkov's probably has the most people like that. Boomer mindset, if you're becoming washed, just say that. No, man, it's true. Like, who wants to watch somebody like sound whoring, super serious all the time, get legitimately pissed off? Like, you know, I just feel like that's been played out, man. You know, and it's one thing if you're good and that's great and all, but that shouldn't be, like, if your content suffers because you're trying too hard, I feel like that's a problem, you know? And I feel like Peanut is a testament to that. He's incredibly entertaining, and most of the time he's like getting shit on because he's not taking it seriously. That's when you realize, like, that's when you win. Like, you're winning elsewhere. You're not winning in game, you're winning through your content, and you're winning at having fun. It's not to say you shouldn't try, you know, but at the end of the day, it's about the content. I do, and it does not get old at all. Well, no, from a content perspective, though, you know, like when you're watching a streamer, it's like there are so many streamers that like they prioritize like always winning in a game that's not really competitive versus like putting on a good show, like being entertaining and having fun. Like I tuned into some Peanut last night, and he was getting shit on constantly, and it was hilarious. Look, he's got 50,000 people watching right now. That's crazy.
I'll bring the ammo too on the house.
And this is just on YouTube. Like on Twitch, it's yeah. He's like he's like close to 100,000. Like that's crazy. Anyway. But one thing I know I'm like glazing Peanut, but the Leroy Jenkins method, yeah, pretty much, man. It's just like
I'll put it on my calendar.
it's like the dude has just like infinite energy, you know?
I can't believe I lost my Bobcat. That was
And it's look, it's probably like
possessions.
why didn't you think of becoming a Peanut? I know, man. Fucking missed opportunity. Damn, dude, the answer was just it was in front of us the whole time.
Dude, what? It's the best weapon in the game. No, it's not.
It's I mean, look, and it's probably a lot easier to have all this energy when you're like on a generational run, you know, when you're on your when you've got like all of the success. It's probably very easy to like, you know, keep the ball rolling, so to speak.
Oh yeah, by the way, I forgot to mention they're pushing.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah,
hey, no worries.
No worries. I said, let me know if they're fucking pushing and you're
So.
over there fighting your ear.
No worries, no worries. Gotta keep you up to date with the latest news. You're welcome. We get a little bit of goop.
But it's like it's just so interesting because like he is like a cartoon character, like not I know jokes aside, but like he has all of these catchphrases that he repeats, and it like I think that's actually a big like part of the strategy of his success is like these inside jokes, these like inside phrases and stuff. All of like the recurring bits and stuff. Very interesting case study. Like all his intros are super high energy, right? Like whenever he goes into a raid, he plays the intro and that like wakes up the audience, it gets them hyped. That's like genius, honestly, man. Like there's more to his success, I think, than him as a personality. And I think a lot of it is the like repetition, the inside jokes, the high, like this adds so much energy to the stream, and energy is really important. I don't know how much you guys care about this, but I just think this is interesting. You know, as a streamer myself, you know, always looking to see like how people, you know, how people achieve their success. You know, you study the greats, you know. Oh, shit. I just dropped the fucking my little bottle cap. We all secretly like the guy that screws up the raid because people and causes people to rage quit. Yeah, true. Dude, losing and who doesn't love a good train wreck, you know? Who doesn't love a good train wreck? Like that's content, man. That's content.
Oh my god. Oh my, go back. Go back.
Dude,
backing up. Backing up. Don't worry, Captain.
Oh, I didn't see that Nick post on Telegram.
I hate you.
Where did we spawn? I forgot.
Be sure to check that out. Speaking of, he's going live tonight, right?
You remember when we spawned?
Did they say whether or not he'd be going live tonight?
We got you.
I have not checked today. I am not locked in.
Yep, there's the gifts of all the ladies receiving it long dig style. There it is. There it is. What a sweet delight. What a sweet delight.
Okay, we have fast touchdown here.
He's just a goofball, man.
In a gold stock too?
Anyway, I know a lot of people probably don't care about this, but it's topical. Like, dude, look at this. 52,000 people watching a peanut.
Coach, there's no time to focus on the football. It's time for Goop.
We're driving.
All the
minutes, down 10.
I just think that's so funny, man.
What a fantastic
Defense is the worst defense in the league, so.
You have passed the test. Congratulations. Follow me, Goop.
Congratulations. Stupid. It's stupid. Guilty pleasure, okay? I know that probably doesn't make me a like sophisticated person. Like I don't think like you know what I'm saying? Like not a sophisticated stream, but just pure entertainment. Guilty pleasure, okay, fine. You got me. Guilty pleasure, okay? You got me. I don't spend every waking moment listening to Ron Owens and Richard Hernania or like Richard Spencer or like, you know, doing sophisticated highbrow things. Okay, so I like my slop too. We all like a little bit of slop. Like high quality slop though, you know. Dude, I could go for some Chick-fil-A right now. Oh my goodness. Fuck. Kind of hitting me right now. I'm not gonna lie, boys. Kind of hitting me a little bit right now. Kind of hungry. I'm really hungry, actually. Shit. Anyway. Shall we resume? Dude, bro. I've been live for 3 hours and 36 minutes. We are... And I skipped 17 minutes, almost 18 minutes. Fuck. Go eat. Can't end the stream now. I haven't eaten all day, actually. Can't end the stream right now.
Then that would sort of ignite what we need because it's a uniparty, it's all the same, right? So I view that as accelerationism, whereas I see where we agree, where we find progress, I would argue is better than 4 years of Kamala. And I would argue that we were at the precipice of, really, we were looking at descending into the abyss, 15 million on the low end.
Maybe you eat while we watch the video so we can finally get through it. I don't want to eat on stream. Isn't that kind of like rude? I've done it before. Well, I guess I could turn my camera off, but then it's just like, I don't know.
Aliens, and not to mention the legal immigration problem.
Maybe it's not a big
Add
deal.
another 10 million with Kamala.
Especially if you're live for a long time, you know.
Harris, we no longer have a country where you and I would both agree. So that's where I don't understand your position.
Yeah, well, let's sit in this for a minute. So first of all, and I just want to clarify, I know you know this, but maybe your audience doesn't. I never told people to vote for Kamala. I didn't vote for Kamala. I never told people to vote for Kamala. I didn't endorse Kamala. My plan in and again, as long as we're in good faith, I'm going to explain to you my thought process on this last year. It looked at one point like this was going to be a very contentious election, like it would be very close. It turned out not to be, and eventually it became clear that it wouldn't be. But it seemed like maybe this election would come down to one state, like Michigan or Wisconsin or Pennsylvania, one of the three Rust Belt states. And my problem in 24 is that Trump was not promising an immigration moratorium. In fact, he was saying the opposite. He said that he would staple green cards to diplomas, which is a very famous policy. It's been around for decades, and Democrats and Republicans have said, we're going to give green cards to every foreign student. I said, that's a disaster. That's terrible. And then the other thing is there was a rumor that he had a quid pro quo arrangement with Miriam Adelson that he would allow Israel to annex the West Bank and intervene in the war with Iran. And so those were kind of my two issues. As I said, if we elect Trump, we're going to get all these Chinese and Indians. They're going to get green cards, and we're going to get H-1Bs because that's what Silicon Valley wants. And we're going to get a war with Iran. And so I looked at it this way. I said, if the America Firsters rise up and sort of tell Trump, here's the ultimatum. You can come out and say you're against the H-1Bs and the F-1 and green cards, and you could say you're not going to bring us to war in Iran, and we'll vote for you. But if you don't, we can't vote for you. And that was kind of the idea. It was like a contract with the Trump team. Now, ultimately, Trump became basically, his advantage grew to be so big that he wasn't worried about losing in one of those states. And I felt that way. I said, we don't have leverage anymore because he's leading by so much. It's clear he's going to win. And that's why we sort of abandoned it in the middle of it. But aside from, so that's where that came from.
Just to clarify, abandoned what?
Abandoned that project, the Groyper War II, because we were going to go to Michigan and we were literally going to knock on doors and hand out leaflets and stuff. And we said, you know what, let's just not anymore because he's going to win anyway. So we bought one billboard.
You were going to knock on the doors and tell people to vote for Trump, the Groypers in Michigan?
Yeah, no, to sign on to something like a pledge that would say, we will not vote for Trump unless. That was kind of the idea. And we sort of spun that up, but we abandoned it when it became clear that he would win. Okay.
And I understand that, by the way. I understand the idea of holding the representatives accountable. I mean, that's why we have primaries. But hopefully that's a part of your strategy, because a lot of people just don't run in primaries, and that's a viable option. But I do remember what caught me off guard, you saying that Kamala Harris was a better choice. And I remember part of what you said was because Trump, if he's elected, legitimizes the system. And that would be worse. You didn't want Trump to be elected because it would legitimize the system. Explain what you meant by that, because that sounds to me like you want to delegitimize and almost revolution instead of Trump.
Well, and here's the thing. I think that Trump is obviously the better president if you're just taking like all the nominal figures, like fewer illegal immigrants, he secured the border, the economy's going to be better, the government's going to be more efficient. So, I mean, we're in agreement on that. Here's the problem. And I try to make people think about it in these terms.
Sure.
And I don't want this to sound like a cop-out, but I'm trying to get people to think, which is that Trump gets elected, and let's think about what happens on day number 2. Whereas in 2020, everybody said the election is rigged. Like 86% of Republicans said, oh, the election was BS. Now,
it was close to half of Democrats, too, I think.
Yeah, it was substantial. It was across the board. Now nobody believes that. And whereas at one time people believed like, oh, like the system really needs to be overthrown. Like we really need radical change. Now they're saying, oh, Trump won. Oh, I feel relieved. Now we're okay. And look at the things that Trump has done. And we're going to get in. I can tell we're going to get into some of these things. The Epstein files, bombing Iran. And I'm not gish-galloping. I'm just giving a little list of things I don't like. The H-1B visas, the 600,000 Chinese students.
Yeah.
All these things happen. And because they're happening under Trump, he is legitimizing them, and he's legitimizing the moneyed interests that are responsible for them. And I do think that deflates a lot of the fervor for change that existed before. And I just think sometimes, is that necessarily better in the long term? I don't disagree that Trump is, there's a very big pragmatic benefit, but in the long term, I worry about that.
Yeah, I definitely think it's better in the long term. I agree with you completely on 600,000 Chinese students. I don't know if you saw, we did an entire hour on that. H-1Bs. I was throttled as a result from, well, I can't say Elon Musk directly, but I believe I perhaps called him a retard, whatever it was. I insulted him quite publicly. And, for my troubles, made $27 in the course of a month on X. Ashley Sinclair made like 26 grand in 2 weeks. Who knew, right? That's kind of odd. Yeah, I agree with you on H-1Bs. I will tell you, worse than 600,000 Chinese students would be another 15 to 20 million illegals and changing the census rule, which is what we were looking at, where that
Well, it's a lot. You have the precedent to remove illegals. Well, I imagine Nick will already talk about this, but it is like you have the legal precedent to remove illegals. But also, like, illegals, they're going to, like, low low skill, lower wage jobs versus the legal immigrants and visa workers are taking up the higher paying jobs. I know this is, you know, I'm probably saying stuff that everyone already knows, but affect different parts of the population. When we talk about generating wealth and like moving your way up the ladder, maybe ascending from the middle class to the upper class, it's like for the vast majority of people, it's going to be through those jobs, at least from the money that they amass from those jobs and the connections. You're rubbing elbows with the elite human capital, and now that's being, that, you know, your place in that milieu is being replaced. It's being taken up by non-Americans. That's a problem when it comes to getting into positions of power and influence.
Districts the entire map, and there's no chance to any type of conservative, Republican, nationalist, populist being elected again. And I do think that there was a lot of progress made. I would go, I mean, a lot of wins, not only the board. 99% is not marginal to me as far as a reduction. I think that's pretty significant. But I'd like to go to, I understand where you're coming from. I understand that perspective, but I also don't understand what the threshold is as far as, okay, burn it all down, or we want to delegitimize a system. Because I know we lived through that, like you just said. Republicans thought it was an illegitimate election. I did as well. Not a whole bunch of folks at the Daily Wire back then, so I think we were on the same page. And I also, obviously, when we had the lockdowns, all of that, we then lived through 4 years of Biden, right? So it was already seen as not legitimate. We saw the results. I think the results of not electing another Biden is better. But I would like to roll a clip, because I think it's in this vein, and might help set it up. It was where you discuss, Epstein, too. That's one thing. Of course, I absolutely agree. I don't know if you know, I recreated the Epstein cell down to the millimeter and tried to hang myself with a force meter.
I saw that, yeah.
It's possible, not likely. So I thought it was a huge mistake. I think Pam Bondi's an idiot. And I mean actually like an idiot, like she potentially could be a mongoloid, using the term hate speech. She's a moron, and I've always said that, using the term, and that rollout was terrible. That doesn't undo the things that a lot of people who elected not just Trump, but the cultural wins that they want. I think there's a lot of good there, and I don't think burning it down is the best approach. But here you mentioned a new potential coalition, and I think sort of lay out a prescription as to how to go forward, and I'd like to ask you about it. And again, we'll make the link to the full show available so that no one mischaracterizes anything.
Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie working together against the interests to compel the files. What do you think that has, a 90% approval rating? If you had progressive Democrats and nationalist Republicans working together, let's say to compel the release of the Epstein files, what kind of approval rating do you think that has? 90%? And what if they got together and they opposed foreign aid to Israel? What approval rating do you think that would have? 90%? Do you think that that Republicans or independents running under that brand, do you think that that would become more popular or less popular over time? 4 becomes 8, 8 becomes 16. It snowballs. And we need to propel someone into the White House that is just a populist. If the right can come down on health care and on a social safety net and maybe on some subsidies for education, and if the left can come down on the anti-white open border stuff and they can agree that we have a country, that party will win 90% of the vote and rule for a century. That's the compromise. That's the populist compromise.
Okay, and I think you were, you articulated that pretty well. I would say Epstein already has a coalition. Everyone voted to release the files except Clay Higgins, who is a punchline, deservedly so. Like, that's the first time everyone knew Clay Higgins. Like, he really must love pedophiles. I wish I loved anything as much as he loves defending sex islands. I would like to hear your prescription for how that works, because I would say this. If the only compromise was the left on immigration, and if I believe that there was any semblance of a reality in which they compromise on immigration, and compromising on free markets to varying degree, okay. But what do we do with a Ro Khanna on the Second Amendment, on the First Amendment, on transing the kids, on reparations that someone like a Ro Khanna or any member of the Democratic Party, but Ro Khanna specifically says is a priority economically and morally, on abortion?
Does Crowder not understand the utility Does he not understand the utility in uniting with the left, at least parts of the left, on certain issues where it would be beneficial, politically expedient for our goals? No, he keeps bringing it up. See, it's like does he not understand how politics works exactly? Like there's levels to this. It's like, do you think you're gonna agree with every, I don't know, Republican? Obviously not. Where do you draw the line exactly? At what point is it, purity spiraling versus, what? Being Machiavellian? I don't know how Crowder would categorize this. It's just like kind of dealing in politics. Like, yeah, obviously we disagree with the left on a lot of things, but there's overlap in what we do agree on. So are we going to kneecap our own momentum because we disagree with the left on other things that in this context are irrelevant? Should we, hypothetical, should we not allow, if there were liberals or leftists out there that agreed with mass deportation, should we not do it because they're also pro-abortion? Should we not do that because they're also, I don't know, pro-drug use? I know it's a contrived example, but this isn't. This one right here, the Epstein files, it seems like the vast majority of people want. Certainly, people on the right have been crying, not in a negative way, but demanding the release of the files for years. So should we just not do that because other people supporting it we disagree with in other areas? Should we ignore the political opportunity presented before us because we don't want to associate with these people whatsoever, even when it can be mutually beneficial? What kind of strategy is this? Crowder, Slow, Massey working with Ro Khanna is impossible. Yeah, look, and a lot of these things are contrived, like they wouldn't happen in reality. And it's like, how beneficial is it really to just spin up all of these hypotheticals? Yeah, more liberals are bad. It's like, let's just get shit done. Like, we're not signing up for abortion if we agree on the Epstein files. Like, this should just be obvious. I will read, Nick posted more about the drama with Candace on Telegram. I'll read it out for you guys. Try to pull it up. You have to give her credit for the audacity and shamelessness to press send on that post. Candace has been milking the Charlie Kirk conspiracy every single day for 3 months, getting hundreds of millions of views and probably making millions of dollars. She has appointed herself as the lead investigator and deputized her followers to find evidence. Apparently, this is of global geopolitical significance due to the... Dude, just reading this out loud, it's hard to believe, the fucking audacity of the stupidity and audacity of Candace Owens. Due to the alleged involvement of the Trump administration. Man, let me just get this going a little bit right here. The French government, Israel, and Egypt. Moreover, since Charlie revealed his killer's identity to Candace in one of her dreams. Dude, my nose is getting completely clogged. This also places her at the center of some kind of cosmic / spiritual battle. Of course, the whole universe revolves around Candace Owens, huh? Every day she claims to be tirelessly working to uncover the conspiracy behind Charlie's murder because of her deep friendship with him. And this has caused the French government to try to assassinate her. Now she has finally given an invitation to TPUSA HQ to interrogate the leadership of the group live and in person, streamed to the world, and she says, that day doesn't work for me. Can we do Zoom? Like, how do you... What is really sick is how her fans defend it. It's unironically like mass psychosis. Dude, she is a literal psyop. You understand? I said this before, so I hope I'm not, it doesn't sound like I'm repeating myself, but it's like, dude, like, she is being psyoped, and she is a vessel to psyop her entire audience. To be like schizo fucking, like, a bunch of schizo retards that are incapable of critical thinking. Yeah. Maroon shirts, Egyptian planes, the French government. Candace and Tucker both give me a very bad vibe. They both have no relationship with the truth at all. I don't know what is going on there, but it stinks. Yeah, me too, man. And if you don't get it by now, I think you're not going to make it. I think if you don't get it by now, you're cooked. You should go back to the fucking coal mine forever. You really are not... You're really not all that intelligent. So, yeah. More TLDR, Candace is a stupid bitch. More at 11. Anyway. It's fucking crazy, man, how it's just like... It physically hurts me, man, I swear. Ugh. Anyway.
What do you do with all of the other compromises that aren't listed? How does that coalition work? And bring me through the end point.
Well, and I'm not a huge fan of either of them, actually. You could also say Thomas Massey on H-1Bs. You could say Thomas Massey on immigration also.
You could say him on Israel also, as far as his biggest donor. It's not AIPAC, but a lot of influence.
Certainly. Yeah. Certainly. But what I'm referring to is maybe more something like Trump 2016, who is basically a populist. And you look at Trump in 2016, and to me, that's kind of the prescription, where it's like, in 2016, he comes out and he says, we're going to get the money out of politics. He says, I'm not going to take donor money.
Is Massey taking a lot of money from Israel? From some Israel, not AIPAC, but Crider just snuck that in there. Now that's something I'm not aware of. Is he taking money from some Israel PAC or large Israel donor?
Take super PAC money. I don't listen to special interests. He says law and order, close the border. As far as healthcare, he didn't even give a plan. He said, we'll just take care of everybody. He said, we'll get rid of the lines around the states and we'll just take care of everybody. Who even knows what that means? And he says, we're going to put America first in foreign policy. Now, I think that here's the thing. I'm under no illusions. We're not going to win 80% of the left or 40% or even 30%. But I'm thinking that if we can win, because I think there are a lot of people on the far left or even some of the abundance liberals, they're getting tired of a lot of the far left too. There's a lot of these liberals in the center that are saying, how are you going to have public transportation when you have people getting stabbed in the neck and there's no police? Like, we can't defund the police and even have these cities that we want to have. I think there's a lot of people on the far left, too, that are saying, you know, maybe the woke has gone too far.
I'm sorry, was that a quote? Did Ro Khanna say that, or was that just a general sentiment?
No, I'm not talking specific.
Okay, yeah, you weren't lying, man. This is like... Forget the Ro Khanna, man. Forget Ro Khanna for 2 fucking seconds. Shit. Her husband is a Brit. I think he is pushing her madness towards... wait, I can't see that. What's that? Towards France? I think her, like, FBI handler or whatever that's feeding her inside... This is, like, how stupid she... So, she says she doesn't trust a single thing that's coming out of the government. Okay, that's quite the, that's quite the claim. All right. But she has an inside source in the government, presumably, that she trusts. Oh. Okay. Huh. And even if that person wasn't in the government, are we going to pretend like assets don't exist? And where's the evidence of this? The extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence. Where is it? Trust me, I have inside sources. Oh, okay. So you have to like replace, because typically when you name your source, now you're staking your claim on your source's credibility. Because you're not doing that, now we supplement that source's credibility with your own, which Candace has none, because she tanked all of it. So, like, what is she talking about? Dude, I don't know, man. Give me a headache.
Specifically about Ro Khanna. That's just an example.
Because when I hear it, I almost thought you said like I was like, oh yeah, that sounds like something a liberal would say, like stab the cop in the neck.
No, when people are being stabbed in the neck by like black people, for example.
Oh, that's also something I could hear a leftist supporting. But yes, okay, go on. I just didn't know if it was specific. Okay, yeah.
Well, and here's the thing. I mean, fundamentally, it comes down to the fact
Pause for laughter.
Let's just talk about it in general. So that's my prescription. It's like
stab a cop in the neck. Supposed to laugh. Dude. Oh man. I'm tired, boss. Fuck.
Populist Trump, and let's just get a small percentage of the left liberals, who I think have come a long way in the past 5 years since COVID. But I would say that in general, I think maybe where we disagree is I look at this Republican team. What has it actually done for us? Because you seem to be defending like, well, we're supposed to vote Republican and we're supposed to say, well, this is better than the alternative.
No.
And he's making these wins. Well, hang on. And I look at it and say, it's been 10 years of Trumpism. And, I know Biden brought them in, but we're 10 million illegals up since Biden, and there's no mass deportations. I look at the wars. We're getting into more wars, not fewer. He wanted to keep us in Afghanistan and Bagram. He's building bases in Syria. We're getting into Venezuela. I look at what we have not done in 10 years, and I say, this is a prescription where it hasn't been working. And so I'm very against this line where you say, well, we're going to vote Republican.
Or Kamala would be worse.
What exactly? I mean, what's your prescription? If Trump is failing us miserably, what are we supposed to do here?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing: is I don't agree that our representatives are all failing us miserably. I think they failed in quite a few ways. If you're talking about like the Johnsons of the world and the Rhinos, absolutely. But the things that you just listed, and I would again ask you for your prescription because I give mine Monday through Friday. I mean. Every day, 11 a.m. Eastern. I've done one on voting, what we need to do. I've done one on immigration, done one on big tech and Section 230. I'm very curious as to your prescriptions so that people can contrast them. You mentioned law and order. I don't know of any president who sent the National Guard in as aggressively when we're talking about D.C. and Chicago. That way you talk about law and order.
I tried 3AI and couldn't find anything on Jewish donors for Massey. Yeah, I've not heard that claim before. I feel like somebody would have ratioed Massey on any of his posts and I would have heard it by now. I don't know where that's coming from. Can we get a fact check on that? Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe even just like a search in like X or something, but sounds like fake news. And like
Or are you talking
Guard
about
in Chicago?
Well, I'm saying any effort being made. I know what we've lived through as far as what Ro Khanna would support: Black Lives Matter, the Police and Justice Act. Again,
I don't think happened under Trump in 2020.
So let me ask you, what's your prescription? Why hopscotch all the people who I think watching right now would agree with you if they think that you're on board with them on LGBTQ, on immigration, on Second Amendment rights, on First Amendment rights? Why hopscotch then to compromise with someone who has actively fought to destroy all those things like a Ro Khanna? Wouldn't it make more sense to form a coalition with more than half the country who already exists? Because you don't want to take them for granted.
Dude, bro. Why? Why are we hyper fixating on a throwaway comment? Like, was this the attempt at a gotcha? He's good. This is stupid. He's gonna try to align himself with a radical Democrat. Dude. Yeah, you have to be signed up for Mug Club for the insider scoop. Dude. That chat, I'm not gonna lie. That, like, I just got one tap by that. That, like, dude. I just took a bunch of, like, that was like a crit. I just got critted. That did a ton of damage to me. That was like a psychological one tap to my fucking dome. That one hurt. I'm not gonna, that one hurt. He goes on later saying the radical left are the worst people ever. It's like, just, bro. First of all, yeah, no shit. Aren't conservatives or the GOP supposed to be in opposition to that? Why aren't they doing anything to oppose the literal worst people ever? Does Crowder legitimately not understand Nick's angle here? Like, dude, this is your brain on Mug Club. This is your brain. I just need a second. I just need a second, guys. Let's take a break from this for a second. Let's just take a break. Let's return to this in a moment. Let's return to this in one moment, please. Crowder is painful to watch. Piers Morgan is going crazy with the metal chairs will be more fun. Dude. I'm a little disappointed. Like, it's been, for the most part, I think a little friendly. I mean, you know, I guess. I mean, yeah, trying to like talk about the most. I'll give Crowder the benefit of the doubt. You know, I think maybe this was an attempt at a gotcha, but like maybe a serious discussion of like strategy, of political strategy, and how right wingers should be approaching politics. But dude, I don't know. I honestly, my honest gut level reaction is it's not even like doesn't come off as like a bad faith attack. I legitimately don't think Crowder understands the angle here. And that just kind of makes me sad, I'm not gonna lie. I know there's a lot of emotions flying around, right? Like, but if nothing else, I'm just like tired, I'm exhausted and sad. Like this is doing psychological damage to me. Yeah, does this get any better? Like there's been some good points here and there. I think it's, you know, some good developments, good discussion, you know. I feel like Crowder's giving Nick ample opportunity and time to speak. He's not cutting him. It doesn't feel, the vibe doesn't feel like I don't know, malicious or anything. That's why, like, is this just a genuine display of like Crowder's thought process? That tanked my morale, dude. I just need like a palate cleanser real quick. Oh yeah. Cannabis gaming. Cannabis gaming playing Escape from Tarkov Arena. This sounds like good content. Bro.
Stoner alert!
Dude, he played it for like 40 minutes and now he's playing an anime game.
When people see the partner, they're like, alright, let's go see who he is.
Dude. He's got a pillowcase on his head, true. Yeah, Nick says we should raise the age of consent to 25. I agree. No, actually, I disagree. We should raise it to 30. Should raise it to 30, man. 25's too young, practically child. Raise it up to 30. What are you guys, sick pedophiles or something? I'm not gonna lie, I need some goy slop right now. I need some goy slop pronto. My brain is fried. You guys, not only does my energy like kind of fall off a cliff after 4 hours. You know, I'm hypoglycemic. I probably need to get more sugar in me. Need to eat something. But that was just, I don't know, man. That just like, that just hurt. It just came at the wrong time, you know? Like, listening to Crider just after, like, being live for 3-4 hours, hit my fucking weak spot. Got one-tapped. You just watch me get one-tapped in real time. I'm stun-locked. I'm literally just goy scrolling right now. I'm not even clicking, I'm looking at thumbnails. I'm not even watching videos, I'm literally just looking at thumbnails. Jay Schlatt.
My name is Schlatt, and today I have some very exciting news. For me. It all started when I was looking through my comment section. Not something I usually...
Okay, whatever. So he's just moving over to another channel, whatever. I haven't watched Schlatt in a long time. Oh. Yeah, Sudan is collapsing. Kind of been collapsing for a while now. But yeah, a lot of people are dying right now. Fuck it, what is this? The new Black Division in Tarkov? NPC battle. Tarkov NPC battle. This is like really... I know most people aren't gonna give a shit about this, bro, but look. This is where we're at right now. My brain is like 2 HP right now, okay? Give me some slack.
Let's get out of here. Like in the movie, I've got a bad feeling about this.
I'm so tired of this walking. To the exit. Go, go, go.
So these are like the new faction they added in Tarkov, and they're just like, they just like fucking murder everybody. They've got like all the best guns, all the best gear. They're very deadly. Except this is like a mod for Tarkov. I just want to look at their kit. Like, I don't know, like they added a bunch of new stuff that that only these guys have, and there's only like one way to like find them, and you have to play through the entire story, and that takes forever, and I'm not there yet. I'm just trying to look at the new stuff they add. Oh wow, they got fucking obliterated. I'm just trying to look at the new stuff.
Where the fuck are you?
Anyway, all right, that's enough. That's enough. I think, look, guys. Okay, all right, okay. I think, you know, I think that's a good place to probably call it. I'm pretty fried, not gonna lie. I think you guys watched in real time you watched my cognitive decline in real time. I think you guys, yeah, I need to go eat. I need to go eat something. Ugh. I don't know when Nick is going live. I think he's doing a show tonight. He didn't say he isn't, as far as I know. It's almost 11, so. Yeah, send us off. Here we go. Alright, so. Yeah, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the bell to stay notified when I go live. I don't know what is the strategy. Like, I don't know, like, how to grow this channel. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'll be completely transparent. I don't know. Should I just keep making more YouTube videos? Like, I want to stream. Like, I don't really want to make videos. I just want to stream. I know that's sometimes you gotta do things you don't want to do, but I don't know. This YouTube algorithm, I don't know if I have to make like long form scripted content, higher production quality. I know that'll probably help, but I don't know. Or should I just like make a bunch of shorts and shit? Because I think like streaming alone is probably not YouTube's not gonna recommend my stream, I think. Unless people are subscribed already. You've seen enough of Mug Club? Dude, I'm hurting. Like 6 to 8 minute videos, maybe 6 to 8, I don't know. Maybe longer form, 15. Maybe shorts, 3-minute shorts in vertical format. I literally don't know. It seems like everyone's trying to figure out the algorithm. I don't even know if people who do this for a living really understand it anymore. So, but I'm kind of at a loss. Like, I don't really know how to best improve the channel and grow it, other than just like grind away at making more content. But like, what kind of content? Should I stream more? Should I put effort into like making thumbnails? I don't know. Like, I think the streams are entertaining enough, but I don't know. Social media, I'll be honest, is not really my forte. I'm not. Some people are great with the game. That's not me, you know? So. I'll have to think about this. I think definitely if I go live more consistently at a specific time, that'll help. I guess consistency is definitely, it wouldn't hurt. But then you see like random videos that just pop off for seemingly no reason. Like the algorithm is just such a mystery. Like I really doubt my streams are being recommended to people that are not subscribed. So, I don't know. I think you just gotta lock in. Oh, thanks for the advice. That really tells me everything I need to know. But yeah, I mean, I think probably just making more content. You know what I should probably do is try to like get one clip, like one segment from every stream, and just try to like turn that into its own standalone video or short. But that takes time, man, I swear. Sounds easier, but it could take like quite a bit longer than you would expect. Throw a bunch of shit at the wall and see what sticks. You're welcome, that's what you're here for? Yeah. Well, yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'll just keep trying different stuff. Gotta, you know, because again, I, you know, want to grow the channel. I think should do things with intention. And, you know, the bigger the channel, I think the content will improve too. It's, you guys, like, it's, you guys might not understand the world of fucking difference that it makes having even just like one viewer. It's literally infinity. So just having a chat, having people in chat improves the content dramatically. And it's so much easier, you know. I have nightmares of like going live and then nobody tunes in. Like that's when it's time to wrap it up, Unk, you know. But Tommy G was retarded. I couldn't finish watching that one. Yeah, we're at the point where, I hope this doesn't come off as disloyal, but we have reached like Nick content saturation, where there's not a lot of new revelations coming out of these collabs, primarily because a lot of these people are not the most sophisticated. That's why I'm looking forward to the collab with Richard Spencer. I think that'll be really good. That's always good. But like, if we're not gonna have like conflict, if we're not gonna have like a heated debate, then it's just like a lot of the same stuff. Like we know Nick's position. Like I know we, and the other audience doesn't. But you know, we're not learning anything. There's nothing really new, nothing really, I would say, interesting with a lot of these collabs. And that's not Nick's fault. But, you know, and I wish it would be a little more topical. I wish it would talk more about current events. A lot of it just comes down to rehashing and airing out old grievances. What did you mean? You know, clarifications. What did you mean by this? Cross-examination. I don't care for that. I really don't. And look, I recognize the utility in that, but it's just, to me, it is a missed opportunity because that's already been fucking done. You know? It reminds me of that one Telegram post from years ago. It's like, oh, you woke up today, you know, from Nick. Oh, you woke up today and you decide you're going to tell the world what you really think of Nick Fuentes. You know, grab a number and get in line. It's like, okay, yeah. Have something more interesting to say. So have a little bit more to contribute to the conversation other than just like, so what did you mean when you said you liked Stalin? It's like, dude. And I know they're doing it for their audience, but it's like they are the representation of their audience. So I'll DM Nick and tell him to switch him up. No, it's not Nick's fault. It's nothing Nick is doing. It's all these other people. It's all these other hosts that are just like retreading the same ground over and over. No, it's okay. I'll let you know. Okay, all right. Yeah, thanks. You still only have one viewer. The rest of us are bots. It's all a psyop. It's all kumquat at the end of the day. Fucking psyoping me from 20 accounts. He's like those like He's got like a setup like those Chinese like social media farms with like 20 phones all plugged in. That's Kumquat. It's Kumquat's world. I'm just living in it. It's just psychological torture. He's asking ChatGPT for like unique personalities and backstories. We're all Kumquat alts, dude. Even Kumquat is a Kumquat alt. You understand? That's the grand irony of it all. Kumquat himself is an alt to himself because he's been banned so many times in all these different accounts. That's the crazy part. All right. All right, boys. Thank you guys for watching. It sucks when I gotta charge my phones, but the outlets are across the room, so I sprint from one end to the other, sending texts from various phones. Yeah, very good. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Hit the bell notification, stay up to date. Follow all my socials in the description. Share the stream with people, because I don't know how the algorithm works, to be honest. And it's sort of like keep trying until you strike gold, but I don't want to end up like that other guy that put out 1,000 videos, only got 2,000 subscribers after all of that, and then puts out one random video on a brand new account with minimal effort. That gets 700,000 viewers, and then he blows up to like 30,000 subscribers in like a week or in like 2 or 3 weeks. That kind of leaves me like bamboozled. I'm like totally like stupefied by that. So I don't know what the secret to the game is. Glad I'm feeling better. Yeah, I'm still pretty congested, but thanks. I don't know. I guess that's for me to figure out though. I'll have to figure. It probably just means more content, but anyway, yeah, I will see you guys all next time. Take it easy. I don't know if is Nick doing a show. You're a supreme zoomer. Okay. Hippocratic, that you gave me a little bit of a panic attack there. But then I did remember that Kumquat mentioned that he used to go by Supreme Zoomer first. For a second, no joke, I was like, no shot. I'm like, no shot. No shot. Because for a second, I'm like, that's only something Kumquat would know. But he did share that with the stream before. I was like, no fucking shot. I was like, no fucking shot. I was like, no fucking shot. No fucking way. All right. Anyway, yeah, take it easy, boys. I'll catch you guys all. Today's Thursday. I'll try to catch you guys tomorrow. But take care. Are you sure it isn't me though? Don't talk to me.